if somebody remembers. They say your legacy is only real if they can point and say that's him. If the room goes quiet when I walk in, if my shadow's longer than my sin, numbers climbing, names on screens, always craving accolades and needing to be seen. If they don't see me, I don't matter. If I'm not winning, what's the use? I gotta leave something carved in stone, something louder than the truth I know. 'Cause silence feels too close to death, and being forgotten scares me most. The world says it only matters if they see me, if they know my name. If I'm up in lights, I gotta burn it in so they remember. Before the darker night claims the light, I gotta make a mark before the lights go dark. Yeah, I gotta make a mark before the lights go dark. Say my name, don't let me fade away. I watch the faithful go unnoticed, hands so dirty from the work they never chased. Recognition, always walking in faith. Every prayer said in the shadows, every choice nobody praised. They weren't building monuments to fame, just kneeling to pray. Even when it was tough to stay, I felt the weight of what I wanted and the cost of what it took. I was chasing something empty while the answer overlooked. The world says it only matters if they see me, if they know my name. If I'm up in light, gotta burn it in so they remember. Before the darker night claims the light, I gotta make a mark before the lights go dark. Yeah, I gotta make a mark before the lights go dark. If they don't see me, I don't exist. If they don't clap, did I even live? I need my name in fire and sparks. I gotta make it loud before the lights go dark. Truth be told, and God alone knows, I chase the crowd just to feel complete. I measure worth by clout, by those surrounding me. But there's only one name that matters, and I laid mine down to claim it. All these years I tried to leave a legacy when I was called to carry his name. The only thing worth leaving behind is a life that pointed back to him. Not my glory, not my fire, just faith that held when the whole world dimmed. It shouldn't matter if they knew my name. My life should be the proof of his glory. What matters is what they saw in me when the world was watching how I live my life. It never mattered if they saw me or if they ever knew my name. If they saw Jesus in my walk each day, then I ran my race the right way. Let the lights fade, let the noise fall. Heaven knows the choice I made. I don't need my name in the spotlight if they saw Jesus in my walk each day. If they saw Jesus in my walk each day. If heaven knows my name, that's enough of name. That's enough of me.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name is Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Come gather round the footlights, lads, and hear the old boards groan. A tale of ink and iron will, of voices overblown. From mics and scripts to painted sails, we've traded shore for sea. The players will man the rigging soon. Aye, your hands, follow me. From Long John shadowed silver grin to Jim with compass true. We speak the words, we wear the scars, we make the old world new. No gold without the work behind, no legend without sweat. A stage, a ship, a single breath. The course is not set yet. We players sail, we players sail, we players sail soon. All hands to KLRNRadio, setting sail for Treasure Island, March 2026.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are officially live. I apologize for the rough intro, but I've been fighting gremlins, so yay. Yay, so for those of you that are used to finding us on certain places, for some reason the X Live does not seem to be spinning up, so if you happen to be hearing my voice somewhere else, let everybody know that the best place to be for right now is either going to be YouTube or Rumble, while I keep trying to figure out why those don't seem to be spinning up. But for tonight, we are going to be doing the Kingdom and Country Bible Study Edition. And so let me get this officially on the screen. And again, I apologize for the rough opening here. But tonight's topic is the most dangerous lies sound almost like the truth. That is discernment, the truth we don't want to see. And one of the things that nobody's really allowed to talk about in the church anymore is the fact that, not everything is of God or from God. So we're going to get started here in just a second once I get something figured out here, because it'll make my life easier. And again, I apologize for all the hot messness. I've been prepping the show for days and in here tweaking everything and making sure everything was all working. And then the second I start kicking buttons off, nothing was working. So here we go. All right. So again, for tonight, we're going to be talking about something modern Christianity often avoids. And the moron Tallarico out of Texas is part of what's inspired this message. So, if I refer back to him every once in a while, you'll understand why. So we're going to be talking about discernment, not affirmation, not comfort, discernment. Because Scripture repeatedly warns that the greatest spiritual danger to believers will not always come from outside the church. It will come from inside it, from teachers, from leaders, from ideas that sound compassionate and even spiritual, like Mr. I'm pretty sure God's non-binary. Yeah, but quietly move people away from truth, because God is not, I repeat, not non-binary. The uncomfortable reality is this: the most dangerous lies are often the ones that sound the most like truth. So tonight, we'll be walking through Scripture to understand how deception enters the church, looking at you, James Tallarico, why people are drawn to distorted teaching, because it's easier and they can pick and choose what they want, how believers recognize the difference. Segment 1 is the first thing we're going to be going into, and that is wolves in sheep's clothing. So we're going to move on to that scripture right about now. So this is a warning about discernment, and this is Matthew 7:15. Now, because I was unaware when I first started doing the show that the NIV is still considered copyright, I had to find a non-copyrighted version of the Bible. This is kind of the closest I can find. It's kind of a hybrid between King James and NIV because it uses more plain language but still has some of the weird connotations of King James. So some of you will probably like it a little more than I do. But like I said, I'm trying to be able to put plenty of notes in my show and not have it go, oh, that won't work, and not tell me why for 20 minutes. So Matthew chapter 7, verse 15. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravening wolves. False teachers rarely appear obvious. They look just like me and you, or they look like pastors or Sunday school teachers. They sound compassionate. They often use religious language, but Jesus says their fruit reveals the truth. So why do you think Jesus warned that false prophets would look like sheep? What teachings today sound Christ-like but drift from Scripture? And is the church sometimes hesitant to confront false teachings? If you happen to be listening to this on a replay later, especially since we're having technical issues tonight with some of the feeds, feel free to respond to me by email if you have input that you would like to add at rick@klrnradio.com. You can always do that. But yeah, so is the church sometimes hesitant to confront false teaching? Sometimes, dude, half the churches have just gone off the rails with false teachings to the point where they've just embraced them, which is how Tallarico, however you say his name, apparently became a thing anyway. So there's that. All right, so let's get back over here for a minute and keep going here. All right. Now, again, the wolves that we're talking about aren't the ones from outside. My next in-depth show, which will be Sunday night probably, will be about Islam because it's time. But those are wolves from outside. For tonight, I want to focus on the wolves that are inside. And we're going to move on to the next scripture here in just a second. And that should be this one, which is Acts 20, verses 29 and 30. And that reads as follows. Vicious wolves will enter among you. Men will arise from among your own selves. The danger doesn't always come from outside. And I think that's part of the problem that we have with Christian faith today is we have been so paying attention to the threats that come in from the outside. We didn't realize the threats coming in the threats that were already here. So threats can and do arise within the church itself. Again, from people that are teachers, from church leaders, from influencers that certain people might listen to, people who slowly begin shifting the message. Kind of like when James Tallarico says, again, God is non-binary. No, nothing in the Bible says anything about God being non-binary. As a matter of fact, if God is non-binary, that makes the Bible a lie. I refuse to believe that the Bible is a lie because God doesn't lie. So James Tallarico, in the guise of compassion, in the guise of trying to be inclusive, takes one of the most influential and important verses of the Bible, John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. Not they, not it, not he, she, not shim, but he. So again, if James Tallarico was right, that makes God a liar. And there are so many things that are common in today's pop culture mix that try to make God a liar. Like the idea that people can be born into the wrong bodies. Do you honestly believe if there was a creator that those kind of mistakes could be made? Really? not without some sort of outside interference. But the idea that you can be a Christian and still believe that somebody could actually be born into the wrong body without it being some sort of a serious issue, likely coming from somewhere else, makes no sense to me. But so this is my next question. Why is deception from inside the church harder to recognize? Because almost all of the 18 to 35 crowd that aren't conservatives absolutely seem to love Tallarico. I see posts on his X feed and everywhere else all the time from people that are, I've been waiting for somebody like you to come along and make all of this make sense to me and make me feel like maybe I wasn't the crazy one after all. But again, he's lying to you. Not only is he lying, but some of the stuff that he says is just downright icky, icky to the extreme. Like when he was on a podcast recently and they said, name something that you love that isn't X, Y, or Z. And he's like, I love transgender children. As a father and a grandfather, that sent up about a half a dozen red flags. And I don't think I was alone. So what are warning signs that a teacher is drawing followers to themselves instead of drawing followers to Jesus? Again, if you're not preaching the actual gospel, if you're not telling people that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, and that God is a father, and he is the son, because, again, if God was non-binary, this makes the whole thing with the Holy Spirit and Mary just a little bit weirder, does it not? Does it not? I'm just saying. All right, so let's move on to the next verse here. All right, and this one is going to be, actually, it did not load. One moment, I clicked the wrong one. Here we go. All right, now we should be on the right one. The corruption of the gospel, which is a thing and has been a thing. And this is one of the things that we're talking about. Is at one point, Paul actually tries to warn against a different gospel or a corrupted one. And this is Galatians 1:8. If anyone preaches any gospel other than that which we preached, let him be cursed. False teaching rarely begins with a blatant lie. It begins with a small twist of truth. Oh, I believe God is real. I'm just not sure it's either male or female. Grace without repentance. This is a big one. This is the newest thing. Now, we have this weird thing in Christianity, especially in the Baptist church, that repentance is some fancy word. It's not. The actual definition of repentance is to turn away from. So when Jesus says repent and sin no more, what he's saying is turn away from your sinful nature and don't follow it anymore. Follow me instead. He also knows that nobody but him was ever going to be able to do it without a crutch. That's why he did what he did. Before Jesus, every time anybody ever did anything wrong, they had to offer a sacrifice to the Father, a blood sacrifice, and sometimes even a burnt offering sacrifice, if the sin was bad enough, to basically remove the stain of the sin from their soul. Now, I am one of these people that's kind of in the middle, because you've got the you can lose your salvation crowd, you've got the once saved, always saved crowd. I'm kind of in the middle, because I do think that once you find that bridge, it's really hard for it to be taken away. As a matter of fact, the verse that the one verse where it says, you know, the only unforgivable sin is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. I firmly believe that is specifically speaking about people that have had Jesus knocking on the door of their heart for off and on for certain periods of their life, and they have chosen to not listen to it, or chosen to ignore it, or chosen to say stupid crap like God is non-binary, so I don't need you. That's in my opinion, and it is just my opinion. I'm not, so I'm just being honest with you. I think that is probably the only unforgivable sin. Everything else can be forgiven. If not, there wouldn't be such a thing as deathbed conversions. There wouldn't have been a moment where two thieves and the Savior were hanging on a cross, and because one of the thieves believed who he said he was, I say to you today, you will be with me in paradise. Not in 200 years after you work through some shit. Pardon my language. Not in 1,000 years after you work through your issues, but today. But again, grace without repentance, because if you're not turning away from anything, if you're not actively trying to change it, then you don't actually have grace to begin with. Now, grace is freely given. You have to accept Jesus into your heart and ask him to start helping you change from within. The problem is, without repentance, the grace is worthless because it becomes love without transformation. And again, in the face of things being twisted, truth gets softened until it disappears. Now, this is not only about the church. This is happening in modern culture today too. And I've talked about this before, because there is this thing now called your truth or my truth. Ladies and gentlemen, once you have to start putting a qualifier in front of the word truth, it's not truth anymore. It is instead an upjumped opinion. So, what do you think a different gospel would look like today as far as one that's been corrupted? First thing that comes to mind is one of the last shows we did when we talked about cafeteria Christianity, because this is kind of a continuation of that one. Why do you think Paul spoke so strongly about protecting the gospel? Because he did. He was pretty straightforward about it and basically told everybody. All right. Now, this is what I call teachers with itching ears, because that's what my grandma used to call it. So, this is from 2 Timothy chapter 4, verses 3 and 4. And this is the next part that we'll be touching on again. And this is the scripture itself. They will heap upon teachers after their own desires. People sometimes reject truth, not because they don't understand it, but because they don't want to hear it, or the softened version of it is more palatable. So they find teachers who affirm what they already believe. And again, this isn't just about faith. This happens in everything. Politics, news sources, all of the above. Typically, unless you are willing to have your beliefs questioned, which is where Jesus gets the whole iron sharpens iron thing from, then you're typically looking for people to gravitate toward that already believe what you believe. You're looking for news sources that already conform to what you believe. You're looking for a church that pretty much already conforms to what you believe. But that's not anything like what Jesus says we're supposed to be or that we're supposed to do. So why do you think people prefer comfortable messages? Now, since half my streams are malfunctioning, I'm just going to go ahead and start answering some of these questions. If you'd like to chime in, you can still reach me at X on @RowdyRick73. But why do people prefer comfortable messages? Because they make them feel good about themselves. Somebody's affirming to them what they already knew, what they understood. And that's why Tallarico is appealing to so many people, because he's giving them an easy button when it comes to faith. Jesus already gave us the only easy button we ever need. But that's still not enough for people. Think about how much harder everything used to be. I mean, be serious about it for a second. Think about if we were living before Jesus and trying to practice a similar faith to the one that we have today, which the closest corollary would be Judaism. I don't think you guys realize how much of their time was spent doing things like animal sacrifices and gathering things up for God for tithing, because tithing was never supposed to be about money. It's the first 10% of anything: time, talent, work, money, crops, all of it. The modern church has turned it into money because that's how we survive. That's how the church survives. So it's all about giving money now. But the old school version of tithing is kind of some of the stuff that I do when I do pro bono work for folks, when I help them with production work, or I do a free consultation on helping them get a business plan put together. That is, to me, my version of tithing, because I am giving my time and my talents to other people to help them. Now, the next question we already know the answer to. Has social media amplified the problems that we're discussing tonight? And the resounding answer to that is yes. In the words of Ned Flanders, yes, indeedy it has. All right, so now this is where we start talking about trying to find grace without abandoning truth, because truth is the key to everything that we believe as Christians, because we know what the truth is. God is the way, the truth, the life, period. It's just the truth of it. But most people don't want to understand that, or if they do understand it, they don't mind if it's one of the things, if it's a pathway, but he can't be the only pathway. He can't be the only way, right? But this is when Jesus has come upon the Pharisees, I believe it was the Pharisees, and they are ready to stone a woman to death for adultery. And Jesus basically says, takes a moment, crouches down in the sand and starts scribbling things in the sand. I personally believe that he was probably detailing the worst sins of everyone who was ever there, trying to threaten to stone this woman to death. And then he said, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. And one by one, they drop their rocks, turn away, and kick sand, sad face style, back to where they came from. And Jesus, to the adulterer, turns and says, where are your accusers? Where are those who condemn you? John chapter 8, verse 11, neither do I condemn you. Now go and sin no more. Jesus shows mercy, and he proves how often we as supposed believers come at things from a hypocritical standpoint. But he also never removes the call to transformation, because grace is the pathway to forgiveness. But accepting truth and trying to live in that truth is what changes us. Now, people ask me all the time, well, why it is that do you think that people emphasize the grace part but ignore that sin no more part? Because life is much easier if you can ignore that sin no more part. Because then it doesn't matter if you are living with someone before marriage, because you are covered with grace. So everything that you do, everything that you say is covered by the grace of Jesus. So it doesn't matter that you're doing things that you shouldn't necessarily do. Sorry, I have daughter and granddaughter coming home, so my dogs are having a cow. What happens when grace and truth are separated, though? Because you can't really have one without the other. And I've said this before. I do believe that once you accept Jesus, you are on a track to get into heaven. But you also have to remember there is a part, and I believe it was Revelations, where they talk about the people as they are being brought in front of the Father, and they are awarded crowns for different aspects of the life that they led while they were Christians on earth. So I do believe once you are saved, you stay that way. But the life you have in heaven is going to be different based on the type of life of faith that you led on earth. And I do firmly believe that. And that gets us into this next part. Now, I will say this, honestly, kind of goes against one of my beliefs, which is when I have to try to reconcile things. Because I do believe that once saved, always saved to a point. But Jesus does specifically say something that kind of makes me have to give pause to that. And that's usually when I have to go back in and try to discuss it with myself so I can find out whether, that holds up or not. Because, again, this is calling into conflict one of the things that I said earlier. And this is completely about lukewarm Christianity. And this is Revelations 3, verses 15, 16. Because you are lukewarm, I will vomit you out of my mouth. And he goes on to say, it is better that you are either cold or hot, but tepid is a bad thing, or lukewarm. This warning is directed at the church, or at a church that had become comfortable, religious enough to feel safe, but not transformed. So, in my estimation, though, some of what I think he's talking about, to put it in modern parlance, are all the churches that have done things like, decided that lesbianism and homosexuality are okay. Because they're not. In a secular discussion, I can have that discussion with you all day long. As a person of faith, these things have been described as sin. There really isn't any way around that. So a lot of these churches that are accepting these things and are trying to make people feel more comfortable. Now, some of them do it and then start trying to show people that, hey, even though this is how you feel isn't necessarily how you're supposed to feel, and start trying to steer them back to a complete life. And I'm not talking about the whole, conversion camps from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. That's not what I'm talking about. But I'm talking about people that, and we've seen this before. Now, I don't know how long it holds, but I have seen it before where somebody will, stand up in front of a church and say that, they were being plagued by homosexual thoughts. And that since they've given their life to Jesus, they've been working on that. So this is part of that transformation that we're talking about. So one of the questions is, what does lukewarm faith look like today? The Episcopalian Church comes to mind. And why specifically did Jesus warn us about lukewarm faith? Why did he make that sound so dangerous? Short answer is because it is. If you're lukewarm, you're comfortable, you're safe, you're not doing anything outside of your church, you're only working inside of your church, you're not reaching anybody, you're not changing lives, you're not doing any of it. All right, so we have reached we're a little bit past the midpoint because of the technical issues, but I'm still going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
They say it's only real if somebody remembers. They say your legacy is only real if they can point and say that's him. If the room goes quiet when I walk in, if my shadow's longer than my sin, numbers climbing, names on screens, always craving accolades and needing to be seen. If they don't see me, I don't matter. If I'm not winning, what's the use? I gotta leave something carved in stone, something louder than the truth I know. Cause silence feels too close to death, and being forgotten scares me most. The world says it only matters if they see me, if they know my name, if I'm up in lights. I gotta burn it in so they remember before don't let me fade away. I watch the faithful go unnoticed, so dirty from the work they never chase. Recognition, always walking in faith. Every prayer said in the shadows, every choice nobody praised. They weren't building monuments to fame, just kneeling to pray. Even when it was tough to stay, I felt the weight of what I wanted and the cost of what it took. I was chasing something empty while the answer overlooked. The world says it only matters if they see me, if they know my name. If I'm up in love, gates burning so they remember. Before the darker night claims the light, I gotta make a mark. Before the lights go dark. Yeah, I gotta make a mark. Before the lights go dark. If they don't see me, I don't exist. If they don't clap, did I even live? I need my name in fire and sparks. I gotta make it loud before the lights go dark. Truth be told, and God alone knows, I chase the crowd just to feel complete. I measure worth by clout, by those surrounding me. But there's only one name that matters, and I lay mine down to claim it. All these years I tried to leave a legacy, when I was called to carry his name. The only thing worth leaving behind is a life that pointed back to him. Not my glory, not my fire, just faith that held when the whole world dimmed. It shouldn't matter if they knew my name. My life should be the proof of his glory. What matters is what they saw in me when the world was watching. Now I live my life. It never mattered if they saw me, or if they ever knew my name. If they saw Jesus in my walk each day, then I ran my race the right way. Let the lights fade, let the noise fall. Heaven knows the choice I made. I don't need my name in the spotlight. If they saw Jesus in my walk each day. If they saw Jesus in my walk each day. If heaven knows my name, that's enough of name. That's enough of me.
And welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to try to break something, so bear with me a moment, and I hope I don't make everything go nuts. But if I do, I still have my manual notes here. But hang on a second. I want to see if this makes it work or not. Almost everything. That's very interesting. Wow. Oh, wait, there we go. No, it didn't. Okay, it just went. It pushed this back down to where it was before. Interesting, because that wasn't where I had it a second ago. All right, so that's new and exciting and interesting. So let me see. I know you guys are like, this isn't much fun. I'm sorry, but with us having a whole night of programming, I'm trying to see if I can get things to start behaving. Offline, sending data, and poof, nope. All right, well, I tried again, so I don't know. Sort of trying to do a complete restart before the next stream, which I might do in a minute, since everything's going to stay the same anyway. I kind of feel like maybe this is somebody's way of stopping me from getting this message out, which is part of the reason why I'm trying not to completely lose my mind with it. I think we were here. Yep. All right. So, you know what? We're going to keep going because So 1 John verse 4, chapter 1, test the spirits, whether they are of God. Because discernment, ladies and gentlemen, is not cynicism. And I know that there's parts of the scripture that says don't test God. Well, it doesn't necessarily mean not to test everything else. Discernment is not cynicism. It is responsibility. Believers are called to examine teachings against scripture. So how can Christians practically test teachings today? When you start seeing somebody spout stuff about God being non-binary, you can plainly go to the scripture and see that it doesn't say that anywhere. But there's another part of discernment that makes people like Talarico's job so much easier, because we don't have biblical literacy anymore. I don't know how many people, when I was actively preaching, would come to me at the end of a series or end of a sermon when I was, because I used to be a youth pastor, so I was also the associate pastor of a really small church. So as I was there and trying to help grow the congregation and everything else, one of the things that used to drive me the most crazy is when you got the people that were the pillars of the church that had been there for the longest time coming up, and whether it was a sermon from the lead pastor or myself, as we were shaking hands and talking to folks on the way out the door, well, Pastor, I didn't really feel fed today by that sermon. I'm about to hurt some feelings. When you are a baby Christian, the only time you're really going to be fed, because you don't really know where else to get it, is going to be from Christian music stations and your pastor. But if you've been going to the same church for 35 years, and you're only feeding your spirit on Wednesdays and Sundays, you're starving yourself. And when someone, and I get it, that's one of those catchphrases, because it makes people feel deeper and more important and more in touch with their spirituality than they really are. And the same is true when it's a compliment. Oh, Pastor, that message was great. You fed me a lot today. I'm spiritually full. No, spiritually a fool, maybe. Because look, if you are not spending time in your Bible every single day, it's going to be really easy for people to come along with bright, shiny words, big catchphrases, and just snatch you up by your ear and drag you along. And before you know it, you're going to be miles away from where God ever intended you to be, and it's going to be so much harder for you to come back. But he's still going to be right there with you. It's not like you're going to have to. So God goes with you. Your path may be different, and he may have wanted you miles over here, but he's still with you. So that's the other thing that drives me crazy about these concepts is people, well, it took me forever to find my way back to God. Then you weren't looking, because he's been with you the entire time. But this is why biblical literacy is essential. Because in order for you to be able to have discernment and be able to pick out the people that are just telling you what you want to hear, you have to know what the word says first. You have to be able to quote it. And I don't just mean a couple of verses here and there, or a Sunday memorization verse from when you went to Bible school in 6th grade that you happen to still remember. I mean actual understanding of what it is that God is trying to teach you. And this is for people that are just learning. One of the things that I tell people to do that talk to me about this kind of stuff, especially if they've been going to church for a while and they want to start reading more outside of the church instead of just waiting on Wednesdays and Sundays, say a 15, 20-second prayer. God, before I open my Bible today, please show me something that you need me to know. Help me use your spirit to find my way into a new point of conversation or a new way of thinking, whether it's to reach other people, whether it's to enrich my life, whatever the case may be. And it doesn't even have to be anything that fancy, but just say a short prayer, and do make sure that you end it in Jesus' name, because that's who signs the checks. I learned that in Sunday school, and that stuck with me. Because it was always, if you're not praying at the end in Jesus' name, then your check isn't going to clear. So that always kind of stuck with me. Because he is the intercessor. Remember, he's the one standing at the right hand of the Father. But again, this is all about responsibility and accountability, because we are called to not only examine teachings against Scripture, but as I'm going to get to here in a minute, we're also called to hold one another to higher standards. We don't like to talk about that part either very much. So, whitewashed tombs, this is Matthew 23, verses 27 and 28. Outwardly beautiful, but inwardly full of death. Jesus was speaking to religious leaders, people who looked righteous, but whose hearts were far, and I do mean far, from God. And we do have a scripture with that point in it, I believe, as well. And that was, again, Jude 1:3, I think. Is that the right one? It's supposed to be, but I don't know. Hang on. No, it's not the right one. That's weird. Okay, so. All right, so, sorry. My graphics kind of got out of order and I didn't catch it. So, Jesus was speaking to religious leaders, people who looked righteous, but whose hearts were far from God. So, why do you suppose Jesus had it in from the beginning for the Sadducees and Pharisees? I know the answer, and I'm going to share it with you in a second, but the truth of it is, he felt like they were living an outwardly holy life, and in some ways making themselves look even more holy than they were by doing only the outward stuff. That's why he talks about, that's why this talks about whitewashed tombs, because they look alive on the outside and they're all bright and shiny, but there's still something dead inside the tomb. And he was speaking directly to religious leaders because they're the ones that are supposed to be breathing life into their congregations, into their groups, and they're the ones that are holding themselves up and making themselves look super important and super special and all the other stuff. And then we have Matthew 15, verse 8. These people honor me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. It is possible to say all the right words and still have a heart far from God. Discernment also means examining our own faith. Why is religious language easier than spiritual transformation? Because the words are easy. I'm going to say this, and this freaks people out, because not everybody seems to understand this. But you know who else knows the Bible frontwards, backwards, and inside out? The devil. It's really easy to quote scripture. It's really easy to put one in the right place. It's really easy to lob one in like a grenade and then walk off and watch the carnage. But if you don't actually understand what it is that you are talking about, and if you are not undergoing the steps to transform your life to be as much like Christ as you possibly can, then you are becoming part of the problem. All right, so then we have Jude 1:3. That's the one that is actually on the screen right now. I was constrained to write to you, exhorting you to contend earnestly for the faith which was once and for all delivered to the saints. Now, that's some very big language because, again, this is saying that the faith was delivered to everyone once and for all. But you still have to be willing to accept it. And this, again, is what makes some of the modern day teaching so dangerous, because people are convincing each other that you don't need Jesus anymore. That it's an outdated thing. That he was an allegory. That he didn't actually exist. That he was an amalgamation. He's not an actual person. Never was an actual person, much less actually from God. And nothing could be further from the truth. And that is, again, what makes things so much more dangerous when you have people like James Tallarico coming on the scene, because he's just flat out telling everybody exactly what they want to hear. And there are plenty of people that are lapping it up, Luckily, there are some people that I know that do actually have the gift of discernment and the ability to discern things because they do spend time in their word and they do read scriptures and they do pray and they do all the things that make you a stronger, better Christian, just like we're supposed to watch our diet as human beings. You can see from my camera, I don't always do the best job of that. I'm working on it. Unfortunately, I'm also old and broken now, so it's a lot harder to keep my weight in check than it used to be, even if I try to eat less. But I'm still working on that too. But anyway, all right, so we're going to go ahead and close this one out, and I apologize for it being really disheveled. Like I said, for some reason, I am having all kinds of technical issues tonight. But the final verse that I want to get to before we pray everything out is Matthew 24, verses 4 and 5. Be careful that no one leads you astray. Looking at you, Texas. When Jesus was asked about the future, his first warning wasn't about persecution, wasn't about wars. As a matter of fact, he said there would be wars and rumors of wars, but even when these things are happening, this doesn't mean that my time has come to pass. When he was asked about the future, his first warning was about deception, and not deception from without, but from within. So the greatest danger to the church isn't persecution from the outside. As I've been saying all night, it's deception from the inside, because the most dangerous lies are the ones that sound almost like the truth. All right, so as we come to close here in just a moment, I'm going to say what I always say, because I have to say it this way because we're not all sitting in a church building right now. If it is safe for you to do so, feel free to bow your heads in prayer. If it is not, just keep doing what you're doing, because I don't want anybody having any car wrecks or anything. So, Heavenly Father, give us wisdom in a world filled with voices. Some of them crazy, crazy voices. Help us recognize truth from deception. Guard our hearts from false teaching and spiritual complacency. Give us discernment so that we may remain faithful to your word and the truth of the Gospels, because that is where your truth lies. Strengthen our faith so that we may stand firm in what you have revealed, and help us always seek your truth above our own comfort. And as always, we pray all things in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, so coming up next here in just a couple minutes, we do have Toxic Masculinity with myself, Ordinance J. Packard, Aggie Rican, and G will be joining us here in a bit as well. I know he said he's running late. I'm going to keep trying to see if I can get this stupid X feeds to kick on while we go to break. But we'll be right back. So don't go too far. And we'll just play this one. Enjoy the rest of your night, folks.
Shut the lights down in the city, say the system's on the ropes, while the same hands that broke it hold your paycheck and your hopes. They'll sell your sweat for silver, call your sacrifice relief, but every drop of truth we bleed writes another line of belief. Freedom isn't free, it's carved in blood and fire and stone. It's the price of stand tall when they tell you to kneel and go home. They can lock up every promise, tax the air we breathe, but they'll never chain the hearts of those who still believe. Cause freedom isn't free. Towers while they fence off your front yard. They wave a flag made out of rules and call obedience smart. They'll brand your voice as danger. They'll mock your faith as greed.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
Thanks, JJ.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Yeah.
And welcome into Toxic Masculinity, ladies and gentlemen. KLRN Radio's monthly foray into everything the media tells you sucks about being a dude. I am joined by some of my usual cohorts. This evening, we have the lovely Aggie Rican, who shall go first. Good evening, ma'am. How are you?
I am doing okay. How are you?
Other than trying to figure out why half my stuff ain't working, I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, it's kind of freaky. I'm not gonna lie. This is kind of like being on an episode of quasi Timeline Zone. I mean, it's almost like as if CERN is kicking up again. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm gonna blame CERN. Yeah. But yeah, it's weird because I've noticed the only folks that seem like they have streams on X right now are the ones that have been going for hours.
Yeah.
Like I don't see any new spaces or anything spinning up. It's all All I'm seeing is like 3 or 4 that have been on that have been going pretty much all day. So, and it was working fine earlier, but then I went to go try to turn it on today or this evening, and it shows it's there. I can see it everywhere. It's got the X, the Facebook logo, the YouTube logo. But then I went to go start trying to share X feeds, and there weren't any. And I'm like,
Now
what the heck?
it's weird because now I'm showing live on X, and I didn't have that option on the side on my laptop, and now it's there. So I don't know. Maybe it's
Weird.
untangling itself.
Could be. I have kind of kicked it a few times, so hopefully at some point it sorts itself out. But anyway, moving on to the guy who's usually in this time slot every other 3 weeks of the month. How you doing, G? How's things?
I'm here. Any better, I'd be bottled and sold, but yeah.
That's illegal.
Yeah, usually in 48 states, immoral in all 50.
Oh, funny. I'm from a territory, so it's okay.
Oh, a territory, huh?
You just want a bottle of G for your mantle. I already know
I have no shame. I have no shame.
Ode de G.
Ode de Grouch. And then, of course, we have our resident Amish who's been apparently having some fun with the Amish space lasers over in Iran, from what I've been seeing. So
yeah, we just let everybody think that was the Jews until this week. Now we are coming into our own. Fear us.
Well, the weirdest thing is, right up until like 5 seconds ago, everybody thought anybody having space lasers was conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
now we're finding out there are actual space.
What do you think Space Force was all about? They got that from us.
I thought it was pigs in space.
Oh, hey Rick.
No,
it's entirely up to you, but I'm starting to see feeds, not spaces, but actual feeds populating on the sidebar. So, I mean, if we shut down and restarted, maybe we could get lucky. But anyway, just putting it out there.
Hang on, let me try something.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Cobra hasn't been live on X for hours. So,
correct.
I mean, I'm showing Misty Hansen with 1, so
I don't know.
Yeah,
nope. I just tried to kick it back over again and still said no.
Okay.
I mean, if you guys want to try it for a second, I can shut it down and we can all come back in about 30 seconds or so. So maybe we get extra the rest of the night.
No, it's up to you guys. Just tried to carry it from StreamYard and it failed there too. So never mind.
Okay. So yeah, it's definitely not just a me thing. So
no,
that makes me feel a little bit better.
No, it's not just your goblins that you have yet to purge.
It is not.
Oh, dude, I have done everything I can think of to purge the goblins. I still blame you.
Did you burn Sage?
No, because Sage doesn't work for goblins. I looked up what did, though, and I did that. I don't remember what it was, but it said Sage doesn't work.
Well, you know what's working on the goblins here tonight? I'm drinking a John Daly. And if you don't know what a John Daly is, it's an Arnold Palmer with vodka.
That's nice.
I mean, I just half expected you to say that you were drinking a Dickens cider, but you know.
No,
that it's vodka, not Fireball.
But speaking of that, when is our spring production?
We're just started putting it together, so
all I know for sure is not much.
So I have time to write a pirate-themed commercial.
Yes,
you do.
Okay, so I shall do that.
I mean, it's been together, but we just started considering casting. And by that, I meant I looked at the roles and then got distracted.
I got a role you can look at.
Giggity.
Insert mom joke here.
I'm a mom.
Giggity.
Wow.
And a rather.
Man, I hate Let because I have to do so many confessions. Okay.
So Aggie, you know that this puts you in new territory. To some folks, and I'm not mentioning any names because I don't want a chancla thrown at me, you would now be considered a ghost.
Oh, stop.
Woo!
No.
It's not my fault. Them's the rules. I don't make them up. I just enforce them.
Oh, good Lord. Okay. Well,
Wow.
this
Yeah.
okay, so moving on
Hey, we're
from
not even 10
that.
minutes in yet.
I know. I did bring a drink for y'all because I
Yay,
figured
let's hear it.
it's spring about in a few days.
About.
Yeah.
Is it a vodka Collins? Ooh, I gotta get some Collins mix.
They say spring, but I've got freezing temperatures coming early next week.
I know.
Snow.
That's the groundhog's fault.
So weird.
I think the groundhog was like stoned because it came out. They said 6 weeks, and then he says, "I don't know, maybe, but I'm not telling you which 6 weeks it is," and then went back in.
So for all of you that are judging me right now, I have like a month's worth of blushing belly laughs to make up for because she was gone for like a month.
I was.
I'm making up for lost time.
No, but tonight's drink, it is decidedly on the masculine side, but with some feminine overtones because we're heading into spring. It's called Shore Leave, which is one of my favorite episodes from Star Trek, but neither here nor there. And you're going to be using rye, so it's not vodka. Rye is your hard liquor in this one. But you take about 1 3/4 ounces of rye. They recommend something that's more grassy, like Widow Jane rye. An ounce of fresh pineapple juice, an ounce of fresh lime juice, half an ounce of Vigo Amaro, and I love this because any excuse to use this I will make. Half an ounce of velvet falernum. You will add all the ingredients to a shaker with ice and shake well until very chilled. And you're going to strain that into an ice-filled rocks glass and garnish with a pineapple wedge. And that is your shore leave for this evening.
Nice.
And I do.
Refreshing.
It's really I seldom do ryes with juices like pineapple or anything like that, but the falernum.
You don't hear a lot of that with fruit.
Yeah, but the velvet falernum actually kind of like gives it this subtle, interesting twist to it. So it doesn't it's not sharp. It's very subtle. So I'm a fan of the falernum.
But who am I kidding? I'd drink just about any damn thing. So
yeah.
John Daly actually sounds really good right now.
Yeah, it's also quite refreshing.
It does.
I just I think back to the classic ESPN commercial where Arnold Palmer was in the commissary mixing his own Arnold Palmer, and they were admiring him. And I need to see a John Daly version of that now.
I have to admit, I've never heard of the whole John Daly thing.
Oh well, it's not an official thing, but
it's a golf thing.
Yeah.
I used to work at a golf bar, and that was the after.
Yeah.
We served it in a pint glass.
When I met him in Orlando, it was really he goes everywhere in his own little personalized golf cart, and he has Hooters girls in the golf cart with him all the time, and they are constantly feeding him Miller Lights out of a giant cooler. Yeah, no, he has a Miller Lite in his hand constantly. His palm is pickled from just the condensation of the cans being in his hand.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's he's a hell of a nice guy. I mean, you talk about throwing a party up in the Hooters and everybody's tab is free for the next hour. Yeah,
see, now that's the kind of guy I can party with.
I mean, well, he does everything with Hooters because they sponsor him, so they just whatever he says, they just cover it. Keep him in beer and girls in tight tank tops, and he's happy, I guess.
Who wouldn't be?
Oh,
Yeah, really. I mean, who wouldn't be?
I want that job.
3 Hooters girls feeding you beer out of a cooler constantly on your custom golf cart, and you get free food at Hooters, and they pay for your golfing trips. And yeah, I could get with that.
Yeah. That and, wings for days.
I mean that, and it's funny. I think it was Rick and I that talked about it a couple of weeks back on my show. The original owners of Hooters are taking the company back.
Good.
Yeah, and they say they plan to return it to its
capitalists.
Yeah, they intend to return it to its roots. And
this time they need to do it with goth girls.
I mean,
pumpkin-sized titties.
Look, it's no. The first thing they need to do is do away with Hooters guys.
Yeah, amen to that. And I speak as a woman. That needs to go away. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry for saying it. Nope.
But then, it was amazing to me because the one thing on their menu, and they didn't have what you would call stellar food options. It's solid bar food. Don't get me wrong.
It's bar food.
But,
yeah.
But they had a grilled chicken sandwich that was done with Swiss mushroom, grilled onions, and bacon with a bacon jam on it. And that damn thing was phenomenal. I mean, I would disappear a herd of hobos for one of those right now.
I mean, you go to Hooters for wings, you go to strip clubs for waffles.
Really? Waffles? Because there's
the Waffle House for waffles.
Yeah, because every time I drive in on
I-45, Waffle House I was in.
Well, all the chicks had 3 teeth, so what's the difference?
Aren't they both the same?
Yeah, pretty much.
Depending on time of night, the answer to that question could be yes.
Well, I don't know. The last time I was driving on I-45 in Houston, there was a strip club. Well, there's several, and they were all offering prime rib lunches. So I don't know what strip club you're going to that's serving waffles, but you need to upgrade.
Well, I like waffles.
Oh, well, okay. Fair.
Now, if you can get chicken and waffles, now that.
See, waffles is a pancake that's an overachiever.
I mean,
this is true.
If you go to Waffle House and ask them for a waffle cooked on the griddle, they'll actually start, and then it'll take them about 10 seconds, and they'll realize what you're asking for, and they'll be like, "We don't do that here."
That we don't do that here.
This is not.
Sure, you're at a Waffle House, not a Denny's.
Yeah, this is not IHOP. Waffles are just a vehicle for butter and syrup and chicken.
Or
nice
savory waffles.
Oh,
ooh!
I love savory waffles. Like
yummies.
Yeah, you take a good savory crepe batter and put it in the waffle iron. You got something special there.
There you go. There you go.
And as always, bacon works with it. So
yeah, well, as with most anything except a Muslim.
Yeah, well,
I just don't understand why a lot of people that are doing these protests don't show up with the super soaker water guns just loaded with bacon grease.
It
just seems like so simple. Why aren't they doing it?
Or just take some shakers full of the bacon bits, the Hormel bacon bits, the real ones. Just start sprinkling that like holy water.
I mean, yeah. Crop dust them with
it. Get a spray bottle full of thinned bacon grease, and whenever anybody's trying to do an Islam, you just spray them and go, no.
That's it.
Yeah. That's how I potty train one of my dogs. Not even kidding.
Yeah, but we want to keep the dog.
Got tired of having to spank it, so I just put together a water bottle and just started squirting it in the face when it did something stupid in my house. It eventually learned.
Yeah, the dog learns. That's the difference.
The Muslim, not so much.
Well, have we tried it?
Oh. No,
So,
but I haven't.
Well, I don't have my own
I haven't
Muslim to
actually-
rub his nose in his feces, so
Pretty much.
Well, you
no,
have to do is
I
just
don't
take
have
his
to.
hand and rub it around his face.
I mean, well, again, I don't
Oh,
have
damn.
one to do that with, so
Okay. Or
We'll
you
be
can
here
ban
all night,
YouTube
folks.
for
Come
that.
back to the 10 o'clock show because it gets even more blue.
and,
Yeah.
and then he goes, "Smells like goat."
Yes.
Smells like goat spirit. Oh, wait, sorry.
Come on, UPS. They screwed me last week.
Did they at least give you some lube and a
No,
reach
they
around?
did not. So I ordered a 6-foot level from the Orange Box store, and UPS was kind enough to move it fairly quickly. I mean, it wasn't like expedited overnight or anything, but I got it in a couple days. So I get home and the box, I can see it from when I pull up on the driveway. The box is on the porch and it's ripped. I can see the cardboard hanging loose off the side of it from my truck. So this is not a good sign. So I start taking pictures as I get up on top of it, and then I start a chat with the Orange Box store, and I tell them it arrived in this condition and show them the pictures where it was on the porch, and I told them, I said, look,
Wait, where'd G go? Did we lose him?
I think so. Oh, there he is.
He was mid.
There he is.
hey,
There he is. You and your damn hamster.
well, we're going to get storms here in just a little bit, so it's already taking its toll. Aggie knows they probably got them either early this morning
Yeah,
or
last night.
Yep, we did.
yeah. So they're coming my way
Yeah, we
now.
know.
So
Yeah, he's about to get hammered.
yeah, I don't know if
And
Rick
not
got
the
them
way
up
we
that
want to
far
be.
north, but anyway, so I open the box and slide this 6-foot level out, and there's this huge gouge in the aluminum. And I don't mean a scratch. I mean it's gouged. It's 1/8 of an inch deep. And I'm just like, okay, and I know this damn thing is now not square anymore. So had to ship it back, and my replacement is supposed to be here tomorrow.
Nice.
So yeah, Big Orange was very kind. They understand where the problem occurred, and yet they still knocked $20 off the replacement for me. So
That's
big props to Big Orange.
yeah.
They
Cool.
just they take good care of their customers, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I found if you're getting
That's
anything
awesome.
anything that's like precision shipped, it's
Yeah,
like, okay. I mean, it was convenient for me to go into a big box and get my 6-foot level, so I get it. But it's like when I'm getting like digital calipers or anything like that, I'll order just that because Amazon shipping practices, they'll just take whatever box they have handy.
yeah,
So I'll have this tiny little caliper in this giant box
right.
stuff. I know it's getting there safe.
And look, I will even blame the manufacturing company, because they ship it in just a plain rectangular cardboard box, nothing special.
Yeah.
So I'll fault them too, because it wouldn't cost them anything to get those nice like cardboard cylinders like you see posters in, but longer, and put the level inside something like that. Because they're stronger. But here nor there, I bought this level, and it's an online item only with them, because it has a feature that I'm going to be using a lot as I build this new workshop that I've been talking about. But it has bungee cords on each end of it, so you can strap it onto a wall stud and plumb your wall without having to hold the level.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. Clever little tools. What's that?
I said I wish I had thought of that because I was really like bored and just playing with paracord at the time. So I may have buying that paracord.
Hey, look, the company that I bought the level from is called Spec Ops. They are veteran owned and operated.
Oh, nice.
Every purchase kicks 3% to veteran causes, and they only do hand tools. They don't do power tools or anything like that. But everything is like very well thought out and designed specifically for specific reasons, and they do a really good job. I've got about 4 or 5 of their things now, and I'm just going to keep adding.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. I may have to check them out.
Yeah, they might even be interested in doing a little advert.
They might. That could be interesting.
Okay. I got them bookmarked, so
there you go. And
you can add to my tool mass.
You can almost always beat their website's price on Amazon. So keep that in mind too. And you still get the 3% going back to the veterans causes. So
that's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and I just scrolled at the wrong time. It looked like it was $437 for a 7.5-inch rafter square. I was like, okay, good, maybe, but no, they just scrolled really quick. It's just like $40. I'm like, okay, never mind.
Yeah. And it has, theirs has a level built into it too. So that's nice. Little bubble level built into the rafter.
I like that wrecking bar. I could definitely use one of those.
Oh, hell yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, they got some neat tools. I mean, like I said, their chisel set, their standard set, they have some beyond the 4-piece set, but the 4-piece set that they sell is less than DeWalt, and it keeps a better edge than DeWalt. And, I mean, I can appreciate that.
Ooh. Clamp coupler. I've never seen one of those before. I'm definitely buying that.
Sweet. Oh, no. Let me stop you right there. I know that clamp coupler is a cool thing to look at. You need to just buy the Jorgensen easy clamps.
Right, I've got those.
Huh?
I've got the clamps. I was just this connects the two of them together.
The Jorgensen does it automatically without the extra piece.
Oh no shit! I'll have to look into that.
Yes, they're sold at the big blue box store.
Right. No, because I've got Jorgensen clamps. I was just
it has to be the easy clamps.
It's a feature that mine has. It's something I didn't notice.
I mean, yeah, that could be too. A lot of people don't realize you can flip it and do that with the Jorgensen.
Mm-hmm.
But I bought a 4-pack, 2 12-inch, 2 6-inch for $22.50 on sale at the Big Blue.
Nice. Yeah, actually, you know what? I got to go up to Carson City in a couple of weeks. I'll stop by and check those out. See if it's the same ones I have. I got to admit, okay, so these guys, the level up kit, that's a good price.
Yes.
For the 4-level pack. All right, never mind. I'm done shopping.
For all you out there that are tool people,
I got a tool boner right now.
Portion of the show.
I am so erect. Okay.
Wait till you see my Milwaukee framing nailer.
The thing is, I'm actually taking notes.
Nice.
To arouse Ordy.
No, I'm taking notes on the tools.
Oh, okay.
Go shopping later.
Well, you're co-hosting with 3 major tools right now. I can tell you that.
If I wanted to even I guess arouse Ordy, all I have to do is just post a picture of a goth chick in fishnet tights, a Hispanic one. So yeah, and he's done for.
Holding a plate of crepes.
Down to Halloween City where the girls are goth, pumpkin-sized titties. That's not up. It's not Halloween. Usually by Halloween, I got that down. And Jeff just sent me goth IHOP on Discord.
Hey, speaking of, Friday's the 13th.
Oh,
Right?
Yep.
G must be so excited.
I am
Again.
again.
We get 2 in a row.
Yeah, that's weird. We did get 2 in a row.
Now,
Yeah.
okay, so for those of you who aren't calendar nerds, whatever days occur in February, if it isn't a leap year, they also occur in March. So February the 13th in February is also because there's exact 28 days. It's math.
Yes.
Tuesday we don't do maths. Wednesday we don't do maths.
Excuse
that's
me.
right.
I
We
was
don't do
told
math
there
here.
would be no math.
I was told there would be no math tonight, sir. But
Those of you who knew are like, well, duh. Those of you who didn't are like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Changed my life.
You know what else will change your life?
Waffles
Running
and
a
pancakes.
slip of 3-inch ring shake framing nails through a Milwaukee framing nailer.
I need a cigarette.
excuse me. We may have to mute Amish for a moment. He might need some time alone.
And I had to test the thing out to make sure it worked right. And I had a leftover chunk of 4x4 ground contact treated. So, it was pretty dense. And this thing was sinking the nails so deep that I would have had to fill the holes if I was using it in any kind of construction.
Oh my
Indeed.
God. Did
Tonight's
you guys see the
part of
Babylon-
G is
did
played
you-
by Tim Allen.
Did you guys see the Babylon Bee post that dropped about an hour ago?
The what?
No, I didn't.
Babylon Bee post that dropped about an hour ago.
No.
Iran cancels plan to attack California after scouting and realizing Gavin Newsom already destroyed it.
Oof. Dang.
Yes. They couldn't handle the oil slick with their Navy vehicles.
Yeah, Izzy put out a tweet on the governor account earlier about how they were preparing to defend against that. I'm like, you can't even prepare for predictable seasonal fires. Come on.
Dude, speaking of that, I saw a kleptocrat post again today from Bill Maher, who had I think it was Dana Carvey and somebody else on the show, and they were talking about how, and it was funny because Carvey pulled off a decent I think it wasn't Carvey, it was the other guy. Who's the guy that plays
David Spade?
Yeah, David Spade. Yeah, and by the end, he's doing a Trump impression. And he's like, who knew that even though he's childish half the time, he was so right about us needing to rake our shit, and then just goes off into a Trump impression.
Nice.
I was like, that shit's kind of funny.
I'll check it out.
It was a pretty decent one, too.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
But yeah, I thought that was hilarious because it was funny because there's 3 comedians talking in the beginning, and Mars talking about how normally he'll do a show or do a couple of shows in a couple of different cities and then fly home and then go back and do another one with a couple-day break. And they're both looking at him, and he's like, "What? You guys never did that?" Well, no. If we had a private jet, maybe we would. And he said, "Well, I did." And they're like, "What about climate change?" And he just looked at them. I was like, "That's awesome."
Nice.
There you go. Yeah. Well,
And then the funniest thing about that, though, is after listening to Mar go on and on and on about climate change over the years, he says one of the same things that a lot of us have been saying for a while, and it's, Singapore has like 8,000 flights a day. My private jet isn't going to make a dent.
Yeah. I mean, okay, but don't turn around and lecture anybody else then.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was funny because they're like going on his own show. They're like, "What about climate
My
change?"
hypocrisy is okay because it's so small compared to everything else that's going on.
But wait, I thought it was cumulative.
I mean,
That's why we had to have those shutoffs, those red light shutoffs on our vehicles.
we got the Kardashian chick flying to Paris for cheesecake. Literally.
Oh, good God. Really?
Literally, she said she flies to Paris when she's in the mood for cheesecake. She gets cheesecake and then flies home.
I mean, if I had that kind of fuck you money, I would fly from East Coast to West Coast so I could have 2 different kinds of oysters in the same day.
Well, hell yeah.
I mean,
PEIs and then British Columbian, hell yeah.
then I'm not sitting there lecturing people about climate change either. I'm usually the one leaving my Forerunner running on Earth Day.
There you go. And why not? I do my part to fight global warming on Earth Day. I open my windows and run the air conditioner to help cool the earth.
Yeah.
That's
See?
so
We all doing our
admirable.
part.
Hmm.
I mean, I have my tire fire pit in the
There you
backyard,
go.
so
Let's face it, nobody is ever going to beat Phil and what he did for Earth Day.
Hell no.
Nope.
That's because
No.
he's a legend.
He's a national treasure,
He
He
is
is.
that.
if not a natural resource.
We need to get him on the show one night.
we should.
I'll have to talk to him.
That would be fun.
Yes, I think so too.
You remember when we used to spend our summer vacations going down to Brazil and just hacking, slashing, just tons of fucking forests? And then Sting told us not to.
He did?
Yeah, well, F that guy.
Did he do that like subversively in Dune or
No. No, because you can only, honestly, you can only take Sting seriously when he's with the police or has shredding Toto guitar behind him.
Hey, speaking of that, has anybody heard about the latest impending Van Halen album?
No.
No.
Oh, no.
Apparently, Alex has been putting it together very quietly with Steve Lukather, and has not included Sammy and Michael.
No Diamond Dave, no peace.
No Dave, no Sammy, no Michael. And according to Alex, everything is done except the vocals, and he hasn't decided who to get for that yet.
Probably
Is Wolfie in that?
Wolf played the bass lines in
Okay.
the new album, so
So I guess technically, yeah, the two Van Halens are in there. So
it is.
I guess.
But Alex is really like gone off the deep end since Eddie's passing. He's really out there. He wants nothing to do with any of the other guys.
Eddie was the glue of the family.
I mean, who would have thought that, right?
The stoner glue, but yeah.
But
maybe Valerie was more like Yoko than we thought. Who knows?
I don't know.
I always thought, I always thought they had a really good marriage until, like 17, 18 years that they decided to go ahead and call it quits. No, apparently they just stayed married, but lived completely separate lives for like 12 years before that. So
Wow.
it was really weird for me to figure out because, they were always saying that they had a long-lasting marriage. You don't find that, blah, 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 blah.
And then she goes and pulls a Paulina there at the end with him while he's dying. So,
Yeah, that was really not my thing. I was not happy about that.
At least he wasn't penniless like Ocasek was.
Well, she is America's sweetheart.
She's a bitter harridan who got fired from a food
Thank
network.
you for being someone other than me who uses that word.
Andrew, you really should have said that on the feed, not just in the chat. A few minutes ago, he was like, Andrew, Aggie's taking notes on Ordy's tool.
Tonight, the role of Andrew will be played by Peter Dinklage.
Oh. Call me Elf one more time.
It's a throwback to VCP this weekend when we were joking everything will have Peter Dinklage in it.
Yes, Paulina Poroskova. Yes, that is correct in the chat.
Yes, Paulina Poriskova. Yeah, she's still a beautiful looking woman. I'm not
is.
gonna lie. She's a little on the thin side for my taste, but I'm not the one dating her. So, but yeah, she's still pretty stunning.
It's what I find amazing is once these pretty girls retire from modeling, they don't eat a cheeseburger and put 10 pounds on and anything like they still maintain, it seems. I mean, look at Cindy Crawford, look at Paulina, and none of them are, I don't know. I don't know how. I mean, I guess there's some genetics involved, but damn, it's not fair.
Yes, they
No,
don't
they're
let themselves go.
You know,
Well,
Is that what it
generally.
is?
they still eat a cracker with a half a teaspoon of caviar, and then they're full.
No, there's just a bunch of
Mm.
addicts down in some cul-de-sac in Scottsdale, Arizona that has paintings of them in it.
She'd be
Nice.
hot if
Good
she put on
reference.
about 60 pounds. I don't know about 60, but you know, 15, 20. I mean, come on, work with me here.
Speaking of, it looks like Demi Moore is doing the Ozempic thing too.
they
I'm
all
already
are.
thin, but I'm going to go Skeletor
Uh,
I
because
I
she,
can
she got really tragically thin, but she still has the big fake tits. So, like,
you know,
I don't
Those are
understand
flotation
this.
devices. They're-
I really don't like. I understand the views for Ozempic when it comes to for diabetes. I get that. That is it's a side effect when it's used for diabetes, and a welcome one because you don't want to be overweight when you suffer from that. So, but for women to actually take that as a weight loss measure, I I don't think they understand what this will do to your body. They really don't get that. They think it's just weight loss, but there's a lot more that
there
goes into
is,
that.
and but the other side, and not that Demi Moore knows about the other side of it, but the other side of it. I have a friend that's a diabetic, and he's a big boy. Well, he was a big boy. He's cut himself way back with the help of Ozempic, but he has always fought his weight. I've known him for 26 years now, and he's always been 300 plus pounds. He's always had heart problems. He's just found out a few years ago that he's actually diabetic now, and they put him on the Ozempic, and he's got it down to about 240, 230, somewhere in that neighborhood now. And he's never really been there since middle school, so he doesn't know how to live like this. And yes, it does have some negative effects, but I think what he's experiencing on the positive side probably outweighs that.
Yeah, no,
yeah,
like I said, for diabetes sufferers, for people who
Yeah,
have that particular disease, yes, Ozempic is total lifesaver. It
but
really works. It's just when it's used as a weight loss measure that that's
but I
that
think I
not
think the
good.
draw I think the draw is that people that have been overweight all their life and don't know what it's like to be thinner and normal looking are willing to take that risk.
True. Yeah, a lot of them are. I
But
just
the ones that are doing it so that they can drop that extra 10 to 15 pounds that middle age has added to them, Demi Moore, stop it. Yes, no, she's not as active as she was because she's taking care of Bruce. I get that she's home a lot and not going, but stop it.
well, no, Bruce's wife is taking care of Bruce. So
Well,
but I mean everybody is. Everybody
yeah,
is, it's a
this is
whole communal thing,
it is a
which is
communal
awesome
thing.
in my
It
opinion.
is.
I think
It is.
it's a beautiful
And
thing.
I hate that he's going through this. It's what Robin Williams killed himself over. He couldn't bear the thought of going through what Bruce is going through right now.
yeah, and it actually speaks a lot to what kind of a guy Bruce was if he does have that kind of support team around him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I have no doubt. I think he's always been salt of the earth kind of person. Probably got a
He
little out of
drinks even
control.
wine coolers and does cocaine is all right in my book.
Yeah, I was going to say he probably got a little out when he did the cocaine, but as Billy Joel will attest, it will mess with you.
It's a hell of a drug.
Yes, it is. So anyway, looks great naked in the substance. Okay, her body double did. Yeah, her body double definitely did.
Oh, she had a body double in that movie?
I would not be surprised in the least if they use somebody a good 20 years younger than her.
I miss the days of a good
They
body
probably
double.
would.
That was a good movie.
There's a lot more skin back in the day.
Man, that was a trippy movie.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I enjoyed that movie.
Can we
I
just
need to
take
watch that
time to
again.
appreciate Melanie Griffith and everything she brought to it?
I mean, you know.
And we are getting updates from Jeff on the World Baseball stuff. It looks like America will have to face Canada in the quarterfinals.
Oh
boy.
no.
Oh, you know,
Sorry.
they're going to be incentivized.
Sorry, does it wait a minute. Does that mean that we beat Italy or Italy beat us?
Italy beat us.
Oh.
Yeah, and I was watching part of that game yesterday, and I came in when it was Italy 5, USA 0, and then it
Wow.
was 8-4, and then I saw it be 8-6, but I believe Italy did win.
Holy
So
crap.
yeah, it was a really rough game. Then you had the manager coming out saying, "I wasn't sure about the rules. I didn't know that we were supposed to win this game in order to advance." And I'm like, "Are you serious with me right now?"
Yeah, no, that does not sound like Andy Pettit at all.
No, I was like, I cannot believe I'm listening to this right now. I almost threw my phone across the room. I was so mad.
You?
Yeah, me.
Why would
Okay, me.
Why would you do that? You're not that
I
cranky.
get a
Why
little
would you
I
do
get
that?
a little excitable sometimes when it comes to you know this kind of stuff. I'm okay now.
Yeah.
You sure?
Are you sure? Sure.
It's like, yeah, let's
Sure.
just not talk to Aggie right now.
Oh boy. Yeah, I have to admit I haven't really been keeping up with the world baseball stuff. So I actually appreciate the updates from you because I haven't been doing a good job of keeping up with it.
We need to further humiliate Canada at
I
all
think so.
costs.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Cheat. I don't care. Do it.
The European Union must be ground into submission.
Make them
Oh,
give
that
us
wasn't
Alberta
Pettit. It
just
was
so
DeRosa
the
that made
meetings
that
stop.
comment. What an idiot.
Oh, it was DeRosa?
Wait, what?
Okay.
Yeah. I was going to say that does not sound like something Andy Pettit would say. So, yeah, and I was right. I bet Andy knew.
Oh, he probably knew.
Yeah. So, I guess we did what we had to do to get Canada.
Yep. At least we get Canada in the quarters. Well, now we'll see what happens there. But I don't know.
Better
You know,
not
we
botch
really
that.
got to figure out how in the next 4 years to take curling from them because we own hockey now.
Well,
Now
I was
we
going
have
to
to
say
take
it'd be a
curling.
shame if we lose to them in baseball and win in hockey.
Yeah, that'd be really, really bad.
Hey! Let's not say shit like that out loud, okay? No. Nope. Because then they'll be like, "Ha, stupid Americans! You may have hockey, but we just stole baseball." Like, no, actually, Japan did that first. So
Yeah. There's a whole documentary about that called Mr. Baseball.
Oh God, I love that
Dude, that
movie.
movie
It's gonna cost you, Chief. I love that movie.
It's so
And they
beautiful.
called it back then when he was getting traded, and they're like, no, not Chicago. I'm not going to Canada. I'm not paying those taxes. No, it ain't Canada.
Yeah.
the funny thing
Dragons.
is,
Yep.
I remember when he got off the plane and he was so much taller than everybody else. What was my
Yeah, and he's only 6'3". I mean, it's not like he's taller than everybody.
Well, he is in Japan.
Yep.
Well, yeah,
Or
I
was
mean,
then.
I am too. So
I mean, hell, in Japan, I would be considered tall, and I'm average height for a man here. So,
yeah, let's go
well,
with
I'm not
that.
even sure I count as average anymore.
Oh, wow.
All right. So the one thing that I kind of wanted to talk about on the toxic masculinity
Yeah.
side is how does it feel to have a Secretary of War that actually isn't afraid to, actually say and do manly shit instead of letting people parade around in a dress?
We talked about it, Rick. Recruiting is they're back to having a wait list now to get in.
Yeah.
It's not a huge long wait list like it used to be, but we're for so many months we were missing recruiting marks month after month after month, and now he's got them stacked up waiting.
I just liked when he told all the generals, "Yeah, fatties, you got to pass PT too."
Yeah,
Dude, they were
you
mad.
can't come down
You-
on troops for doing things you can't. I mean,
It was I cannot express to you because as y'all know, I'm a military wife and my husband just retired a few years ago. But I used to go to all of these high profile shindigs, the hail and farewells, you know, everybody's promotions and stuff like that. And I would see all of these
Porters.
star generals, 2, 1, 2, 3 stars, all over the place. And I swear, out of at least every 20, one of them would be fit.
Yeah.
And he was usually the guy that was prior enlisted, which should tell you something.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
it was insane. My husband was stationed over in the DC area for a few years, and I would go out there and visit him.
I'm sorry.
And yeah, me too. And I got to meet all, because it's a hive. You're at the Pentagon, and you're walking through there, and you're like, why are these people so junky? I mean, seriously, I don't understand this. It was insane, and it wasn't just the men, the women too. You know, so it was. When that came out, I kid you not, 5 of my relatives actually who were still in the military were like, "Woohoo! This is great, awesome, payback." One of them said, "Payback."
Payback. Wow.
So a lot of people that I knew when Hegseth was selected and approved to be Secretary of War were very skeptical because he was not somebody that had been a general, that had administrative experience, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And now they're coming to see, hey, we had all that beforehand and look where it got us.
Yep.
So they've had that flip over,
Yeah.
And I'm really happy to see it. And
Well,
yeah, you're right.
he's proving that regular working officers have enough smarts to do this.
Yeah.
So I think it's probably just a matter of time before we actually see like an E9 become Sec Def one day.
It would be
Sec
awesome.
War.
It would be awesome, honestly.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a sergeant that got bumped up to SecDef at one point in time? I think it was. I don't remember when it was, but I remember everybody freaking out at the time because they were enlisted and they got bumped up to SecDef.
Well, I don't know.
If I remember, I thought it was the Obama administration, but I don't know. So many things I've been chalking up to freaking Mandela effects anymore. I don't know if I'm remembering shit from old timelines or if they actually, I don't even know.
Yeah, we're all there.
Yeah, I don't know. I just whatever.
But hey, look at the time.
Yeah, we are just
I was
about getting
told
out
there
of
would be
time.
no time.
Well, there's always time when we do back-to-back shows for 5 hours.
Oh, well, okay. Well, I guess then with 4 left on the clock, at least on my clock anyway, I guess we better start wrapping it up, huh?
Nobody needs to hear about your 4 on your clock, sir.
Easy.
Yeah.
I moved my cock forward this weekend.
And yes, I was actually right.
Boy,
so it was
did
not-
I.
So he appointed Chuck Hagel.
Sergeants in the Army.
He appointed Chuck Hagel as Secretary of Defense from 2013 to 2015, who enlisted in the U.S. Army during the Vietnam War, served as an infantry sergeant in the 9th Infantry Division, fought in Vietnam alongside his brother, received 2 Purple Hearts for wounds in combat, later became a U.S. Senator, and before being nominated as Secretary of Defense. So, yes, and E5 has actually already been
Okay.
Secretary of Defense.
Awesome. Okay. And yet,
So then,
people were bitching about a major.
Yeah,
being
right?
one?
What is
Really?
that like? What is that
was
like?
he
06?
major or lieutenant colonel? I don't remember.
He was a major.
Major.
Okay, major.
Yeah. He was never a telephone colonel. Like Lightbird. Whatever you want to call him.
Oh, for those of you who don't know what they're talking about in chat, I had a guy in my feed last night talking about how he was 38 years in the Army and he was a sergeant, Sargant.
Yeah, Andrew
Oh.
busted in that today in my chat. And I'm like, damn,
You're
I knew it
kidding.
was something I was going to go check on last night, and I never did.
So I let that percolate up just enough for Mill Twitter to get a sniff of it. And then I just sat back and ate popcorn.
Yeah. Let them eat his ass up.
Yeah.
What an idiot.
That's
God,
funny.
Mill Twitter is fun.
All right, so since we are just about out of time, let's quickly go around the room. Aggie, where can folks find you?
You can find me at Aggie the Barkeep over on X, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Tuesday nights doing the Cocktail Lounge with Brad Slager, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Friday nights doing He Said, She Said with you. The second Wednesday of every month, we get together and talk to Masculinity at 8 p.m. Eastern. And Jeff and I do Spirited Books now on the first Monday of every month, also at 8:30 p.m. Eastern.
I thought he asked Aggie, not Ordy.
What?
Yeah.
Come on.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
I
for
know.
one.
2 of those are once a month, okay?
Yeah, well, other things happen once a month either, but we've learned not to make fun of those things either. So,
Oh,
It just
that was Rick Robinson for all you ladies out there.
just saying. Hey, in the words of my grandson, if I can pass anything along to you, never trust anything that can bleed for 7 days and doesn't die.
wow.
Learn
Okay.
to live by. And now that I've completely alienated any females that are listening, G, where can folks find you?
Hell, I don't know. They can find me in this time slot on Wednesdays, doing either this show or my show. And you can find me on Twitter at TCC_Grouchy. And that's it. No other socials, no other shows. Keep it tight, keep it simple.
That's what she said.
Yep.
And Ordy, where can folks find you?
Shit, you can find me in an hour with you on Rick and Ordy. Then you can find me on Twitter as Ordnance Packard. Still weird, right?
Happy
what is this?
anniversary.
You just got out of Camp X-Ray, dude. Let's not keep jinxing it.
Oh yeah, and today is my 9th year of my current account being on X, which is funny because for like 7 years of that, it was hidden and just in green rooms, so that way I could keep in touch with the shows that I was on. Let's see. What else? Friday night, you can find me on the Curse of Stephaneros with Jeff DMing and me, Janie Mack, Vincent Charles, Delaney, and the EP, where we're doing our D&D session. Saturday, we will be recording our next session. Sunday, you can find me on the Vincent Charles Project, where I believe we're doing Get Shorty. Then back around the horn and doing it all over again.
All right. Well, as far as for me, just go find KLRRadio.com. Check out the schedule. I'm involved in about 80% of the stuff listed there in one way or the other. Anyway, we've got to get out of here. Behind Enemy Lines is coming up next. And we'll be back next month, and I'll be back in about an hour. Actually, I'll be
Enjoy
back in a
it,
few minutes.
kids.
I got gas in the tank. I got money in the bank. I got this for you, baby. You're looking at the man.
Community to catch up because we got people coming in as we speak. So, hey everybody, what's going on as you are coming in? Let us know if you're in the chat, and of course, as you're coming in, hit that thumbs up button. Like, I want you guys to comment and hang out with us as well, and share the show with your friends wherever you're watching. We're actually doing Facebook today instead of Twitter because there's been some glitchy issues with Twitter. I think we give our Facebook friends a little bit of a shot. What do you think?
I didn't even know we had the Facebook.
Well, I have the Facebook, and we're using mine right now, so that's all that really matters. We got a hot show for everyone today. We're going to be talking a lot about what's been going on in the news with this bombing that happened in the People's Republic of New York City, and especially the fallout from the coverage of it on CNN, freaking CNN, the Commie News Network. They're botching more. Botching more than Biden. How about that? That's a heavy one to say.
I mean, you're not going to believe this, Gene, but I didn't even really. I heard people talking about the CNN reaction, but I actually haven't seen it yet. So I'm going to be just as shocked as you, I guess.
Well, there's two parts to it. There's a couple of clips from Abby Phillips' show, and there was also a retraction done on X and their social media platforms. And let's just say it was bad. I mean, I'll pull that up as we're talking here. But you haven't had I made a video about this. You haven't had a chance to sound off really about what's going on in the People's Republic of New York City. So why don't you talk about it? What was your reaction when you heard about this bombing attempt in the People's Republic of New York?
Well, I mean, I know you got content about what the mayor said, which was as stupid as it can be, obviously, and we're going to get into that. But what the dots I immediately connected was how pissed off I am at the Democratic Party actually still keeping a healthy section of the Department of Homeland Security shut down, right? And I blame the Republicans too, by the way, right? We had a terrorist attack. We're in a quasi-war with Iran currently, and the DHS is partially shut down. Eliminate the fucking filibuster and ram it down the Democrats' throats and get DHS back up and running.
Well, Thune said he's not even doing that for the SAVE Act, so I have little faith in Republicans right now on that front. But let's talk about this bombing attempt that happened in New York City. Jake Lang, who's let's be honest about him, he's an agent provocateur, right? He's a January 6er. Whether you think that means anything or not, I leave up to you. He's the guy that knocked over the ice sculpture that was anti-ice in D.C., and he got arrested for that as well. The man likes to see himself in the media. Let's put it that way. I mean, I like to see myself in media, so I guess we can go there too. But he was out in the People's Republic of New York City for an anti-Islam protest, talking about preventing the takeover by Islam in the People's Republic of New York City. And, well, let's just say it probably wasn't the right city to do this in, but the man had guts. I just want to give you some scenes here of what I like to call in the People's Republic of New York City. There you go. Maybe. I don't know. And for those of you who couldn't tell, I'm going to start it over. That was Jake Lang. Just a typical weekend in the People's Republic of New York. So yeah, that all happened. And before we go on here, pal, I do have to do one thing because we got to bring in our friend Rick Robinson right now, and let's give him his traditional entrance.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
There he is. How you doing, Rick?
What is up, gentlemen? There we go.
There you go. No, you're good. You're good. Excuse me for that, guys. Tim McKinnon was asking no tear gas. I don't think they were ready for this at this rally. Now, Jake Lang did not have a lot of people attending. Let's just say that. I just realized this is the latest terrorist attack on U.S. soil. Previously, Trump had that title. Okay, then. Thanks, Trash Joe, for that comment. We appreciate it. By the way,
They're
folks.
early, Gene. They're out early.
They're out early, but that's okay. Listen, guys, if you guys and gals, I should say, and everybody else in between, if you want to chime in, we look for funny and interesting chats. But if you want to guarantee to have your chat read on the screen, throw us a super chat, and we'll be happy to highlight you, and we will comment on your comment. It might be good. It might be bad. We might make fun of you. We might agree with you. But either way, it'll be fun for discussions here. Rick, I had asked Galloway for his initial reaction to what happened in the People's Republic of New York over the weekend. What was your reaction to it?
Well, it was kind of insane, but I do want to say this first. Stop doing the Tallarico thing. There is nothing in between men and women. There's no other genders, sir. There's none of that men, women, and everything in between stuff. What are you going to change your name to Tallarico? Huh?
Calm down. Calm down. I handle the jokes around here. Now you see why.
I mean, yeah. Anyway, I'll be nice.
Anyway, you'll be nice. So listen, because we got a really cool audience here with us. I'm glad you guys are hanging out. So this happened, and by the way, I do need to highlight this. Did you guys see the video of the actual hurling of the first bomb by these two idiots?
Was that the one where he was jumping up on somebody else's shoulders, or was that like the second one? Because that's the only one.
No, that was the first one. But take a look at this real quick. I want to breathe in the irony of this video.
And raised in New York, and we want everyone here to stay in New York. You don't get to come from outside and then tell everyone else.
Yeet! Right over his head. So he wants everyone. His name is Daniel Masterson, by the way, and he put out a video after this as well, where he explained what he was trying to say and what he meant and all that. But he wants everybody to come here and enjoy things, but he doesn't want Jake Lang here and bringing his views here. He doesn't want conservatives here. He doesn't want people who commit violence, he's going to say later, but apparently people coming from out of state to hurl bombs over his head. I guess, I don't know. He says that he doesn't want them now, but I don't know. Maybe he does. I don't know.
He thought he did. I'm just sad the dude didn't yell Aloha snack bar as he was running away very well.
Oh, he did. You couldn't hear it in the video, but
it wasn't very loud, though. It should have been louder.
Well,
it should have been louder.
If there was any doubt about that, let me see if I can pull up the video here. This should alleviate your doubt. So here's the arrest, and then at some point you end up seeing the guy who yeeted the bomb. He starts saying exactly what you were saying, Rick. Let me see if I can let's skip ahead to it now. Hang on, over here. It's over here.
There it is. I heard it that time.
Everybody here at that time, or do I need to repeat it here?
No, I heard it that time.
Ross, you heard exactly what I heard, right?
Yeah, I heard it, man. I'll tell you what, man. That guy is not going to do well on Rikers Island. And I know New York has no cash bail, but I haven't heard that this guy got released just yet. One thing I did want to point out, and I bet Rick can really appreciate this, with the left protesters, right? They're violent, obviously, because they're not really protesters. They're rioters, and now these guys are actually terrorists. Look at what the cops are doing, right? The cops have been so beaten down that they are hesitating to use force when they would be totally justified. It's a miracle that bombed these officers, because the news is saying that, it happened at Gracie Mansion. It was nowhere near Gracie Mansion. Gracie Mansion is behind a fence and a few dozen yards in behind that fence. That guy threw that thing at a group of police officers, right? But what's been happening over the last few months and years, really, with the left? They throw fireworks and other objects at cops, and the cops are so restrained that it's going to get one of them killed. Those guys should not have been in cuffs. They should have both been shot dead on the spot.
I tend to agree with that. Now, let's get it from the other angle, because there was a video from inside Jake Lang's small protest when this bomb was hurled at him. And by the way, in case you didn't hear that, they were screaming, "Deport white liberal women." Just saying.
That is
Whoa! 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 What the fuck? That was a fucking bomb. Was it? Somebody threw a fucking bomb, bro. That's a nail bomb. What the fuck?
I didn't sign up for this.
Holy.
That comment gets me every time. I didn't sign up for this. Well, what did you sign up for when you're looking to do an anti-Islam protest in the largest progressive radical left city in the country? What did you sign up for? Shits and giggles? I don't get it.
Wait. What are you saying exactly, Gene? That you can't protest in the biggest city in the country? That the right can't protest? Jake Lang.
No.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, if you poke the radical left are going to do radical left things. I'm not saying this is a consequence of protesting. I'm saying that when you engage the crazy go crazy. That's all.
But there's zero even go that far. I get what you're saying, but you have to be real careful the way you word it, man, because Jake Lang, whether you like the guy or not, whether you call him a provocateur or not, is a peaceful protester, right? There's no video of Jake Lang ever committing violence against anyone, right? And to have a bomb thrown at him is fucking crazy. And only the left does that. We never do
that. But what I'm saying is, we don't call them the loony left for nothing. This is the loony left. We have some in the chat right now who want to go around calling people names and things like that in the chat. And I got broad shoulders. You see them. Don't matter to me. You can say whatever you want in the chat. I'm not going to highlight you. I'm going to ignore you. But the point being, I guess if I worded it inartfully, then that's on me. But Rick, what do you think? Do I think that, do you agree with me that this should have been expected?
I mean, I don't necessarily want to say that it shouldn't have been expected, but I do take a little bit of umbrage with the idea that we shouldn't be out counter protesting the left because we should know better because we know what happens when we vote the left. No, F that.
Well, no, it wasn't a counter protest. It was the main protest. And by the way, our friend John Lubecki chiming in, he knows from firsthand experience what the radical left will do. They go after him for simply healing his PTSD and trying to advocate for veterans. So, yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, that you should have expected that. And yes, Derelict David, broad shoulders, no neck. Bitch, I'm down 100 pounds from where I was. I'm feeling good. I'm looking good. I don't give a shit what you think. Moving on. Galloway. You're taking umbrage with what I'm saying. Go ahead and speak on it.
Yeah, I mean, like Rick was saying, we have to take it all back, Gene. We can't just worry about like winning the midterms, and we got to take everything back. We got to take back the cities. We got to take back the universities, the courts, Hollywood, sports. We want it all fucking back. And you little liberal bitches in the chat can cry all you want. I really hope Trump really says he's not leaving office when his time is up. Because I support him for king. I don't give a fuck.
By the way, Transicorn thinks that we all have small junk.
Yeah, well.
Good thing you'll never find out. But,
its mom likes my small junk, so
listen, you can dream about it. Have fun with it. Go for it. I don't care.
Little known fact, Gene's nickname in high school was Head and Shoulders because he had no neck. So you picking scabs, you know what I mean?
There you go. Listen, Gene had a lot of fun in high school, but moving on. And for those of you who are feeling froggy and want to jump at us, here's Jake Lang with a roasted pig paraded through the streets of New York City.
Again, stop shit. Fuck you. Fuck you, Fat 47. Fuck you and the camouflage.
And you hear the soy boy behind him.
Bullshit. Fuck you and the leather jacket. These people can walk and get the fuck out of here.
Walk
this
out
is
there,
not the right
motherfucker.
city. Fuck you, Fat
Bro, Ross thinks you're on his side. I love it.
47. Fuck you and the camouflage bullshit. Fuck you and the leather jacket. These people can walk and get the fuck out of here.
Walk
this
out
is
there,
not the right
motherfucker.
city.
Walk
This
out.
is my
not the
city.
right city.
What's up, Forrest?
Walk
I got
out,
a pig
motherfucker.
roast here, guys.
I see that.
You know you're protected because there's cops around here. Keep running your mouth. Keep running your mouth, beta boy.
You don't know. New York City's my city.
White supremacist tattoos, white supremacist flag out.
I mean, as a New Yorker, Jake, you're a visitor. It's not your city. My fucking city. Just saying. But I'm still a conservative, and it's my fucking city, too. Listen, as a New Yorker, I take issue with that. Galloway, as a former New Yorker, do you take issue with that?
I do not, because New York is like Sodom and Gomorrah. If you turn back and look, you will turn into a pillar of salt, right? So I don't even turn around. But whoever wants to be foolish enough to go there and protest, I'm with them, right? I love bringing the pig. That is fucking great, right? Like, I have no issue with what that man did, and I hope to see more of it. I just hope that they go there more prepared, right? New York City doesn't allow you to carry weapons to protect yourself, but they got fucking Muslim terrorists running around with nail bombs, right? You tell me what's sane about that.
Well, Rick, in a city where, the DA won't even prosecute people pelting officers with snowballs, God forbid one of them had a rock in him and something like that and could have been really injured. What do you think about the response here from the NYPD? There is a photo going around of one officer, a chief, jumping the barricade to go after one of these what word should I use? Terrorists. One of these terrorists. And we actually have a video of it right now. I want to talk about the police response in a second after we show the video of this Denton lighting up this second device he had and then it looks like people are saying he dropped it. I'm saying he threw it a little bit towards the cops. But watch this. And there's the cop going after him. That officer, he's a chief. MPD is putting his picture up everywhere to talk about him being a hero, and certainly is a hero for running towards danger instead of running away from it. Let's talk about the police response overall here. This guy got a running start, and he yeeted this bomb over the guy's head, this guy Daniel Masterson, and there was no reaction time from when the bomb was done, and then they started milling around and moving people around when they saw it wasn't going off. But should NYPD be getting some credit here for what they did or not?
I mean, I think the reason they're getting so much credit is because we're so used to seeing what happened in places like California and Minnesota where there were active protests going on and the cops basically sat on their hands and did nothing. So I think that's why a lot of folks, when they see, it looks, if memory serves, the dude jump in the barricade looked like he was a 2-star. So when you see somebody who's like above rank and file actually jumping a fence and trying to, do his job, it does tend to inspire folks. But again, I think part of this goes all the way back to that Supreme Court decision where they basically said that police have no real legal obligation to do much of anything if they don't want to. So that kind of turned policing on its head because it changed everything. So a lot of folks took that and just because of the change in the dynamic and how a lot of cities were dealing with their cops and everything else, they started scaling back a lot of the stuff that they were doing. So when you see a cop running towards danger, when you're so used to seeing so many sitting on their hands anymore, it does inspire you. Now, to me, and I'm sure Ross would probably agree, having done similar work, to me, that's bare minimum. That's what you signed up for. That's why you put the badge and the uniform on in the first place. So does he deserve an attaboy for it? No. Is he going to get one because of the climate of today and the fact that a lot of cops don't do their jobs anymore? Sure. But that was the bare minimum when I was wearing a badge and carrying a gun. You ran towards danger while everybody else was running away from it. That's what you signed up for. So,
hey, Ross, is NYPD getting credit for this because nothing ended up happening? These devices didn't go off. Could you imagine what it would be like if these devices had gone off, with all the questions that would be asked right now?
No, well, I mean, it depends on what news channels or what sources of media you're consuming to see whether or not these cops are getting credit. New York City is not going to give that cop the key to the city. Right? Like, that's just never going to happen. Fox News is touting the cop, and conservative talk radio and podcasts like this. But New York City definitely does not want cops doing their jobs. And like I said earlier, those cops did a great job, first of all. They ran towards danger, they apprehended the guy. But there's no way in any rational society where a police officer should be chasing terrorists that threw more than one bomb into a crowd, right? Like, that guy should have been neutralized right then and there, and there should have been a chalk outline instead of seeing him say Allahu Akbar, on the way to a police car. Because I'll say this before I throw it back to Eugene. Moderate Muslims are a lot like moderate Democrats. They don't fucking exist. All right, that's my opinion.
I gotcha. I understand that. I'm just glad that we're not talking about a worse story here, at least for me. So I mentioned that guy Masterson. I've been calling him Danny Masterson. His name is Walter Masterson. And I want to put this, I'm going to share my screen here because I didn't get a chance to download this
I was
video.
wondering why you were confusing him with
I know, it was stupid of me. You should have corrected me, but you didn't do it. You had your opportunity and you failed. But whatever.
Wheels on the bus go squish, 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 squish.
All right, anyways. So let me share that. This is a video that the guy who was saying, we welcome everyone here. This is what he had to say, and he's changing his tune a little bit.
And then tell everyone else.
That's me in the video getting a bomb thrown over my head.
You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Anyway, moving on.
Some context for what was happening.
Oh, so he's going to give us all context so that we know what's going on here.
By the way, Gene.
Yeah.
This guy, when I first saw his things on Twitter, on X, he is the literal reason why Elon had to allow the R word to be back on X. This guy right here.
I'll let you
There's no other way to describe him. No other way.
I'll let you explain that after we see the video, which, by the way, has 1 million views right now.
Hosted by white supremacist Jake Lang. He's
calling him Mamdani, by the way. He's calling Lang a white person, but not really going to point out who the perpetrators of this crime was, this crime of terror was. This is what Mamdani did as well. It's the same playbook.
Terrorist from January 6th, pardoned by Donald Trump. He was holding an anti-Muslim rally when this guy jumped over me and committed an act of terrorism.
This guy. It's just this guy. Some guy just came by. But we're going to identify the ethnicity and characterize Jake Lang, who is the victim, by the way, of this crime of terror. That's all good. Absolutely ridiculous. Going to keep on going.
That sounds confusing. Let me start over. So Jake Lang was holding the rally. He's known for 3 things: being a domestic terrorist from January 6th, pardoned by Donald Trump, losing to the letter S, and as we found out today, grooming 15-year-old girls. Jake Lang.
Okay, whether all that is true or not is not verified by us. We're not going to go by that. What we will say is he's now characterized Lang Galloway as a terrorist and a supremacist. But he's going to give us the straight shoot here, you know.
Yeah, I mean, this is how demented and deranged the left is, and we have some of them in the chat, right? These people are insane. Did Jake Lang have a gun on January 6th? Did he have a sword, a knife? I know he didn't have a fucking bomb. So how is he a terrorist? Right? This guy literally had a terrorist throw a bomb over his dumb liberal head while he was preaching about open borders bullshit, and he's calling some white kid who's protesting Muslims taking over the city a domestic terrorist. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, Rick, you can have your opinions about Jake Lang, but you cannot deny that that he's the victim here.
Yeah, I mean, again, just like we've said, there's been no evidence that he's ever had any type of violence at any of his protests, at least any violence that he started. And again, this guy literally had a terrorist throwing a bomb over his head, and he's damn lucky it didn't go off when dude bumped his shoulder and blow him all to hell. Because that's the weirdest thing about this, what they say these things were supposedly made out of. This stuff is usually very unstable. So I'm surprised with them just throwing them around like this that they didn't go off. I mean, to me, that's kind of like an angel on the shoulder kind of thing.
Yeah, I want to address this. I want to address this comment by Christy, saying that Masterson is telling the absolute truth. Stop with the mental gymnastics, morons. You're what's wrong with this country. Well, Christy, let me ask you this. If a woman was sexually assaulted and she happened to be wearing a short skirt or she happened to be acting in a way that you don't like, is she still a victim? Or was she asking for it? Ponder that as we continue on with Masterson's characterizations of this attack.
Lang was holding this rally saying things like this.
America is a white Christian country.
If you're saying America is for white Christian men, you're a white supremacist.
Now, did you,
what he said, though.
Galloway, did you see that subtle trick he did there? I think we all did, right? Did you clock that?
First of all,
for those of you who may not have clocked it, Walter Masterson took a quote saying that, well, actually, let's replay the quote here. White Christian country, as you see on the screen right now. That has nothing to do with people. It has to do with the political culture of the country. And Masterson turns it into, and I'm going to pull up here, white Christian men. Everybody clock that now, the subtle difference here. He's not only misquoting him, he's also mischaracterizing him. Because if you don't know that America was founded by white Christians as a white Christian country, and I don't know, maybe you don't recall the story of the Pilgrims and the Mayflower and all that, or understand the background of our founding fathers, then I got nothing I can really say to you because I can't really help you with this. Galloway, am I off base here?
No, I mean, you're spot on. This guy is the poster child of the left, right? And I say it all the time, and I'm going to say it again. What the Democratic Party has become, at the left, right? I hate just saying the left, right? Because you have to really nail the Democrats with this. They have become the party of hysterical women and low testosterone beta males, right? Prove me wrong. Tell me otherwise, right? Like that leftist terrorist, I doubt is a card-carrying Democrat. He's just an anti-American terrorist who will gladly kill a white liberal just as soon as he would kill Jake Lang or a police officer, right? That's how deranged and demented the left has become. Hysterical women, low testosterone beta males, and sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between the two, to be honest.
Yeah, you don't know which is which. I want to address some comments here in the chat. Derek David back saying, literally, First Amendment, you're all off base. Hey, dipshit, no one's saying anything that he can or can't say it. He has the right to say whatever he wants, and he certainly has the right to be wrong. Just like Jake Lang has the First Amendment right to say what he has to say, and you can think that he's wrong.
I think Derek's on point.
I think they're speaking more about the Christian nation part, because that's the part the left
Who cares? No. See, now And now Christy coming back saying, what a 1950s mindset. Does it matter if she had a short skirt on? I can't. That's literally the point, Christy.
It does when you're making the guy who was the victim the bad guy.
This is
Literally
why, by the way, Gene,
blaming Jake Lang. That's literally the point.
Yeah, it's literally the point, and Christie is proving that we need to repeal the 19th Amendment. Women have no business voting. I would pass the Save America Act and explicitly state that women can't vote with or without ID. No voting.
Yeah, and Derek coming back. The first, I'll give you a second. Give me a second, Rick. The First Amendment means that we weren't built upon the guise. I assume he meant guys, not guys, of being a Christian country. Take a look at your founding fathers who created the First Amendment. That might give you a sense of whether or not that is a Christian value or not. They came here looking for religious freedom. Remember the Pilgrims and everything like that?
But Gene, that's just a simplistic view. You don't know what you're talking about. But dude, I have this argument with people all the time because the First Amendment, the separation of church and state, was specifically to make sure that our founders didn't wind up with a George Washington Bible and a First Church of America. That's why they left England, because the King of England hijacked the church and made it his own thing. That's what that's about. And the fact that they take letters that were written by Jefferson, who they claim is an atheist, when at most he was agnostic. Every single founding father had some form of a faith. A lot of them didn't like organized religion. They weren't willing to admit that God is the only answer, but none of them were dumb enough to think that everything happened by accident and we have no idea why we're here. Some of them were willing to admit, we do believe we were created by something, we're not quite sure what it is. That's agnosticism, not atheism. So every single founding father had some form of a faith and believed in some form of creation, even if they weren't willing to nail it down as heavily as it was in the Bible. So the idea that we were not built on religious freedom and that we were not a religious country is retarded.
Right. And by the way, I'm clarifying in the comments, had nothing to do with the founding father's skin color. It has to do with American political culture. It was founded by a bunch of people, and Galloway, correct me if I'm wrong, founded by a bunch of people who shared Christian values and Christian belief, and they used those values to come up with things like the First Amendment.
Yes, and they invoked the Creator in the Declaration numerous times, and the First Amendment doesn't. By the way, let's just run the leftists through the Democrats through school real quick. The separation between church and state, that phrase does not exist in the United States Constitution, right? What it actually says is Congress shall make no law regarding the establishment of religion or prohibit the free exercise thereof, which obviously means that when the founders wrote these things and the framers wrote the Constitution, they were thinking Christianity, you were free to exercise whatever religion you wanted, right? But they were Christian. Yeah, and they didn't want to prohibit that at all. The government, there is no separation between church and state. They just can't say there's a religious test to run for office, right? That's what they were talking about there.
It's literally it. I'm going to see if I can maximize this video anymore. I don't know if that made any difference, but let's continue on with Walter Masterson's characterizations here.
Man, you're a white supremacist. Now, I really want to be clear that I made a huge mistake in not taking cover after this explosive device was thrown.
Why can't people say bomb? Why do we have to say explosive device?
Because words like that get you banned from some platforms still.
Yeah, but this was on X. Well, whatever. Okay, let's move on.
If you're at a public event and someone throws what looks like an explosive device, you're not a wimp for taking cover. We were counter-protesting, making Jake Lang look like the idiot that he is.
How'd that work out for you, bud?
Right?
How'd that work out for you? You just said that you were.
My takeaway from all of that was Jake Lang really looked stupid.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's what we take away from this day. But he continues on here, and he does, to his credit, I'll give him credit, I think he gets it a little bit, but he doesn't go far enough here.
When these two idiots came along and committed an act of terrorism.
Okay, so idiot terrorist, that's cool. Still didn't mention skin color, like you did with Lang, but hey, nobody's perfect.
They could not have done more to legitimize Jake Lang's white supremacist talking points. They literally threw the bomb over my head while I was talking about inclusion. The CIA should definitely be paying them at this point. I just want to reiterate that I was not practicing safety that day. I could have been killed, and that weighs very heavy on.
Yes, everything's about you, Walt. This story is actually all about you, Walt. That's what it's all about. Good job. Do we need to see any more from this guy, or are we done with him?
I think I've seen enough. But it's your show. You do what you want.
Well,
I can't stand the guy. I almost clicked off the show myself, and I'm on it.
Well, you're the only one here. Listen, Walt Masterson, useful idiot, almost ended up being a dead useful idiot, and he's still clinging to the talking points of his betters and is still refusing to call this out as an ISIS-inspired act of terrorism. For those of you who don't know, the bomb, and Galloway, I'm going to go into the weeds a little bit here. The bomb was what they call TATP, was the fuel for it, triacetone triperoxide, which is known in common parlance among terrorists as the mother of Satan, very unstable. It could have detonated as soon as it hit the ground because any sort of impact or stress or jostling of these types of devices, they go boom very easily and very quickly. It's a miracle that nothing happened.
It is. And I don't want to move on too quick from this, because the one thing that we didn't really talk about these kids, right, these terrorists, are one of them came, first of all, one of them is a descendant of Afghani naturalized citizens who got naturalized within the last few years.
Durka.
Right? So even the legal immigration system needs some work, okay? And then they showed a picture of the guy's house. He lives with his parents in a $2 million house in Pennsylvania, right? Our country is so terrible that they took people from the scum of the earth, Afghanistan, where you'd be hard-pressed to find a glass window anywhere in that godforsaken country, especially after we kick their fucking ass, right? They come here in a lap of luxury, millions of dollars, who knows how the fuck they got it, and then they throw bombs at protesters in New York City. The Muslim culture, right? And this sounds racist, but it's not. Muslim culture is incompatible with Western society. Go ask your friends in London, go ask your friends in any other Western European country or big city there how they're feeling about a bunch of North African Muslims and Middle Easterners coming into their towns.
And that's actually a perfect segue to get into the second half of the show. As you see Abby Phillip in the background here and the little cartoon we made for the thumbnail, let's talk about that. But as we are at the halfway point, if you like what you're hearing here, guys, which I know a lot of you are coming through, I appreciate you stopping by. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell. Give us a thumbs up on the video, though Galloway's going to tell you not to do it. So hang out with us. You can get into the chat. You can sound off. You see, we are allowing all views to come through the chat, including Galloway telling Derek to eat a dick. But moving on from that, what you just said was a topic of discussion on Abby Phillip's CNN show, which I don't watch, by the way. I just get the clips on X and figure it out. From there, she was talking with a reporter from the New York Post about the situation, and it prompted Abby Phillip to go off into a defense of Muslims and Muslim people and all that. I'm going to disagree with you a little bit, pal. I think that there is a place for everyone in this nation as long as you become a part of this nation and not remain intentionally separate from it. But we'll have that argument in a second, pal. Let's watch this clip first.
I can't speak for Mike Johnson, but I would say we've had 2 terrorist attacks here in the last 10 days.
What does that have to do with Muslims?
So can we condemn those? Why are we?
Of course. What does that have to do with Muslims?
What does that have to do with Muslims? There is a radical strain of Islam that's led to these terrorist attacks.
There are
obviously the vast majority of Muslims are
people
peaceful.
with terroristic ideologies here and all around the world. What does that have to do with whether Muslims belong in American society as a group?
Now, for context of this whole thing, they were discussing Mike Johnson's failure to condemn Congressman Andy Ogle's comments about Muslims not belonging in America or something like that. I don't know the exact quote. I'm sure we can find it in a moment and give you further context. But Abby Phillips literally just both sides the discussion. You know how everybody gets on Trump for saying that there were good people on both sides at the whole Confederate monument thing that was going on that prompted Joe Biden to run for office, or supposedly did, or whatever? She just literally did the same thing, but the opposite. There are bad people everywhere, Galloway. So why are we talking about a radical strain of Islam, as Moynihan was talking about here, when we all know there are bad people on both sides? What a horrible way to shut down dialogue.
Yeah. I mean, just think of it logically, right? I'm pretty sure that not everyone who went to jail for 10 years is a bad person when they get out. But would you pick a roommate that just finished doing 10 years of hard time to be your roommate? Probably not, right? Not all Muslims are terrorists, but damn near every terrorist is a fucking Muslim, right? And that's just fact, okay? You can argue and say, oh, Timothy McVeigh. Okay, let's go back 30 years, all right? Timothy McVeigh. Now let's add up all the Muslims over the last 30 years, okay? I'd rather have a white dude, middle-aged guy living in my neighborhood than a bunch of Afghan refugees. Sorry.
Rick's having fun in the chat, so we're just going to keep on going here. Now, Joe Beradelli, someone we both know, pal, from our travels in the People's Republic of New York City, he comes in and tries to be the voice of reason for this whole situation. But look at how they try to corner Moynihan and paint her as a racist for having asked a question about why hasn't the People's Republic of New York come out against this radical strain of Islam. No, she didn't say all Muslims. She said the radical strain of it.
Yeah,
in fact, let's go backwards and highlight that, because I want to make sure that that's clear to everyone who may be saying that, people, all of this and all of that are whomever.
Terroristic ideologies here and all around the world. What does that have to do with whether Muslims belong in American society as a group?
Yeah, and let's be clear. Let's look.
I'd like her to hear the answer.
I'm talking about what Mike Johnson was saying.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what he didn't say.
Read his full quote.
Well, there are obviously the vast
violent
majority of Muslims are
people
peaceful.
with terroristic ideologies here and all around the world.
Apparently, I gotta go back further. Let me go back further here.
Of course. What does that have to do with Muslims?
What does that have to do with Muslims?
There is a radical strain of Islam that's led to these terrorist attacks. Obviously,
radical strain led to terrorist attacks. It's the same thing, Rick, that Walter Masterson did. Changed the verbiage of the comment, twisted around for their agenda. Abby Phillips doing the exact same thing here, where she makes the conversation about all Muslims when Moynihan is talking about the radical strain that promote and commit terror.
Can I say something for a second?
I mean, that's the point of being on a show like this, Rick, is that you talk
Well,
when you're prompted to.
I'm saying more than just a couple seconds worth of something, because I have thoughts on this part.
Okay, so hang on. I'm going to take this off the screen. Let's do it the right way here. Let's do this.
I guess we're going to make me prominent. Okay, whatever. All right. So here's the thing with Islam, and this is the part. This is the part that nobody wants to talk about. Islam is not just a religion. Islam comes with its own legal system. Sharia law is incompatible with our Constitution. This is why people can rightfully say Islamists don't belong in America, because I've said this for years. Two conflicting ideologies cannot exist in the same space at the same time forever. Something's going to come to a head. You now have sitting Congress critters telling people in their home languages that they're not here to represent America. They're here to represent their home country, and they're here to make sure their country's interests are matched and met in America. You have those same people that are voting for those people saying that they have no interest in assimilating or becoming part of America. They're here to colonize. What happened the last time there were colonizers? The leftists that keep calling us colonizers are fine with Islamist colonizers. Make that make sense, please.
Am I good to talk? Or you still going? Just want to make sure, because people out there saying Rick is correct. Love seeing that. Obviously, you see the user DW7. I'm going to call you. Thanks for commenting. Hope you subscribe to the channel. Hope you like what you're seeing here. It's the same trick we're seeing over and over again here, Galloway, from people like Abby Phillip, who is mischaracterizing what happened. And by the way, before we continue on, this is a continuous theme with Abby Phillip, as we'll see. But I want to get your thoughts before we go to the next clip.
Yeah, well, the chat is like popping, guys. So if you're out there listening, feel free to jump in the chat. By the way, I don't want to spoil what you're about to go there, Gene. But show me I'm responding to one of these guys in the chat real quick. Show me a democracy that is Arab Muslim. Show me one, and tell me how that works.
Okay,
that's by definition incompatible, right? If you're talking about Arab Muslims, incompatible with the Western world. They do not believe in equal rights for women. I'm not even going to say what they do to gays, even though a lot of them have some homosexual tendencies, and they don't believe in democracy. So, they're just incompatible.
All right, there you go. Now I'm going to go back to the clip here because, like I said, Joe Beradelli steps in, former minority leader of the New York City Council, which basically means he led like 3 or 4 people. And he comes and tries to save Moynihan from the wrath of Anna Navarro and Abby Phillip here.
Violent
majority of Muslims are
people
peaceful.
with terroristic ideologies here and all around the world. What does that have to do with whether Muslims belong in American society as a group?
Yeah, and let's be clear.
I'd like to hear the answer.
I'm talking about what Mike Johnson was saying.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what he didn't say.
But you haven't read his full quote.
What I'm talking about is what he didn't say.
We can be tough on Islamic extremism without compromising our commitment to religious liberty. He was chiding those 2 members of Congress. And by the way, as a Republican,
was he?
As a Republican, I believe that the same amendment.
There are strong language.
The same amendment that gives those 2 members of Congress.
Or is it bigotry, Joe?
The same amendment that gives those 2 members of Congress the right to say things that are offensive, that I find actually offensive as well, is the same amendment that permits Muslim people to be here proudly and practice
Nobody
their
said
faith.
that Mike Johnson should throw.
So you see how he tried to clean it up there. Now, what led off this segment, I believe, and I don't know the exact order here, was what they call in the industry a lead-in. We're not TV people, but you also know what a lead-in is. You know that at the end of a segment, they'll do a lead-in to the next segment and have the commercial break come in, try to set up the segment about what happened with this bombing in NYC. This was the lead-in from the previous segment into the segment you just saw from Abby Phillip.
Say Muslims don't belong here after an attempted terror attack against New York's Mayor Zoran Mamdani, and the House Speaker Mike Johnson says nothing really to condemn those comments.
Excuse me? The bombing was intended for Mayor Mamdani? Listen to that one more time.
2 Republicans say Muslims don't belong here after an attempted terror attack against New York's Mayor Zoran Mamdani, and the House Speaker Mike Johnson says nothing really to condemn those comments.
Bullshit. Complete and utter bullshit, Galloway.
Yeah, and this is why, Gene, and I'm not starting an argument with you, but I'm saying you can never give these people anything. Nothing. You give them nothing, right? If you notice the news stories, they all keep saying, Gracie Mansion. It was in the street. It wasn't anywhere near Gracie Mansion. Mamdani was never at risk. It was not for him. It was to kill white Christian men. That's what it was for, and police officers, right? And then the moral equivalence that CNN and the left always does, which is why you can't give them shit. Terrorist bomber, Muslim, is just the same thing as Mike Johnson made a comment, right? A Republican said something, and this guy threw a bomb, right? It's the same thing, basically. I'm just as outraged over Mike Johnson. Fuck you, Abby Phillips. How about that?
And where Abby Phillip lies, Anna Navarro swears by it. So here is...
Speaking of pork, put her on.
Hey, no fat shaming on this show. I mean, look right here. Anyway.
Are as a result of the attempt against Mayor Mamdani in New York, who was raised Muslim, was he not himself? Yeah. So they're being anti-Muslim.
So she ran with the lie, which shows you that Anna Navarro didn't even know what the fuck she was talking about either. Rick, is everyone a moron here or what?
Yes, the answer to that question is yes.
Including Galloway. including Galloway, including me.
Well, I mean, you said it. I didn't.
Well, I mean, I now have to play this.
Yeah. Is this moron number one? Put moron number two on the phone.
Yeah, Jimmy, he's right here. Hold on.
And the truth will set you free, Rick. That's what he thinks about us, Galloway. So whatever.
Well, for the record, for the new listeners out there, Gene is in fact moron number one. I'm his trusty sidekick, moron number two. And Rick is the third wheel, usually.
Yeah, he is the best damn third wheel there is, by the way. Abby Phillip had to do a retraction to this, gang. Let me pull it up on the screen here from X. She went to X this morning as we are recording live here on Wednesday evening. And she had this to say. Excuse me while I whip this out. And we'll keep Anna Navarro's ugly mug up there. I want to correct something I said last night. The bombs thrown in New York City over the weekend by ISIS-inspired attackers, give credit where it's due right there, was thrown into a crowd of anti-Muslim protesters and not specifically targeted at Mayor Mamdani. That wording was inaccurate, and I didn't catch it ahead of time. I apologize for the error. Half-hearted apology doesn't really identify who the attackers actually were in it. But listen, as apologies go from leftists, that's what you're going to get.
So just to drive this point home, anybody in the chat want to let me know what the first I in ISIS stands for?
Oh, hello.
Just saying.
Well, okay, so pretend I'm 5 years old and tell me, because pretend I don't know.
Islam. Islamic.
The Islamic State there, Mr. Beradelli.
Of course I knew, yeah.
Or as Barack Obama used to call him, ISIL.
ISIL, yes. Remember ISIL? even Derek knows Islamic. There you go. Lusk wants to know.
As Barack Hussein Obama used to say.
So Lusk 17, thanks for commenting, by the way. Great question to ask. She corrected her mistake. What's wrong with that? It goes to the culture of CNN and whether or not they are there for agenda-driven programming or for reporting the news. Because the other thing that happened along with this, which shows a pattern, in my opinion, is a post on X from CNN really soft-pedaled what happened over the weekend in the People's Republic of New York City. Let's start with the shot right here. This was a tweet that was taken down from X from CNN. 2 Pennsylvania teenagers crossed into New York City Saturday morning for what could have been a normal day, enjoying the city during abnormally warm weather. But in less than an hour, their lives would be drastically changed as the pair would be arrested for throwing homemade bombs during an anti-Muslim protest outside of Mayor Zoran Mamdani's home. Here's what we know so far. They had a link to it. They were just 2 youths, or as we say in New York, 2 youths, out enjoying the weather when suddenly this all happened to them because they happen to have homemade bombs, and here's what we know. CNN would then take down this post on X, and they would say this: a post regarding the 2 individuals arrested for throwing homemade bombs outside of New York City's Mayor Zoran Mamdani's home. It's not his home, by the way. It's Gracie Mansion. It's a landmark of New York City. It's where the mayor lives while he is in office. Not his home. Failed to reflect the gravity of the incident, thereby breaching the editorial standards we require for all our reporting. It has therefore been deleted. And Lusk, this is why I am calling out Abby Phillip, because she was the second instance of CNN failing their own editorial standards. She didn't know enough to say that the target of these bombings was Jake Lang and his people, because then she would have had to admit that these anti-Islam protesters deserve to be recognized as victims. I think it wasn't an error. I think it was part of the leftist culture at CNN. Just one man's opinion, and I certainly can be wrong. But Galloway, do you think I'm wrong?
No, I don't think you're wrong, but I do think it's very illustrative of what is their natural instinct, right? They never make a mistake of giving the benefit of the doubt in any situation to a Republican or a Christian organization. Never. The mistakes, quote unquote, are always in favor of some leftist cause, right? That's their instinct. And to respond to Lusk, CNN, they have like maybe a dozen more viewers than we actually have, but they have a much larger TV audience than a Twitter audience, right? Or an X audience. So they say something ridiculous on CNN and it plays again at midnight and 3 o'clock in the morning, and they make a correction on X. Okay. So all of you drones that watch CNN for your news will never even know, unless you have X, but you're probably on Blue Sky now, so you don't even know what's being said on X, that she was wrong, right? That her instincts are wrong, just like the rest of you losers in the chat.
Or as Senator Kennedy calls it, Blueski. Rick, I know you got to go to your next show. I know you got to get going for your next show, but I want to deal with this comment from Eric M. Eric, thanks for commenting. Hope you're enjoying the show. Hope you subscribe. I have to imagine that all of these left-wing nut jobs are just going to try and tell as many lies as they can before they get the axe. What do you think about that, Rick? And then give all the plugs about where you're going after this.
I mean, I have to agree because a lot of folks don't know, but CNN is in the process of being bought, which has made a lot of leftists cry because there are a lot of right.
Paramount, Skydance, the same people that own CBS now.
Yeah, because the whole thing with Netflix kind of fell apart. So anyway,
exactly. Where you going now?
Made me happy. All right. So anyway, coming up in about 3 minutes, I'll be doing Rick and Ordy with myself and the Amish one over on our regular feeds. Unfortunately, X is not engaging tonight, so you'll have to come hang out on YouTube. But we are still going to be streaming. And then after that,
go ahead. Yeah. No, I was going to say. I was going to say, Rick. I'm sorry to interrupt that. For those of you hanging with us, we'll be sending you over to Rick's show on YouTube right after this, and then after that show, what's going on?
We have Edge of Liberty tonight, so I'll be working till about midnight. Fair warning for you leftist trolls. I am not a free speech absolutist when it comes to my channels. That's like being in my living room. So I will ban you for being retarded on my channels, just so you know. So you might want to not come over there.
You're trying to say that we believe in freedom more than you do? That's cool. I like that.
No, I'm trying to say that I don't give a shit.
Awesome.
Genie just called you a whore.
Of course he did. That's okay. I love it. Rick,
I mean, no, we don't call him a whore. We call him a grifter.
No, we say hooah. That's what we say it here. Yes, but I'm a grifter as well. Rick, love you.
Bye, guys.
I'll play it when you leave. Love you. Talk to you soon, man. Take care. All right, and I do want to get back to Lusk's point as well early up here, which is another great question, by the way. So why correct if she doesn't care about the facts? She was told to correct, in my opinion.
But Gene, tell her why. Why do they correct?
Well, you go ahead. You have an idea more than I do.
Oh, I was going to say
that they might get sued.
Yeah, exactly. This is sort of like your wheelhouse here. They make these. You think The View cares about the facts? The View, just like CNN, they say ridiculous things that are not true, and then someone from the control room whispers in their earpiece, hey, legal just called. You're going to have to retract that after we come back from the commercial and set the record straight because we're going to get sued. Right? That's the only reason why they do it.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, how are they different than Fox News? Fuck Fox News, right? Like who? If you're still watching Sean Hannity, I can't help you either.
Well, listen, I think this is another great question as well. I do remember Fox News making retractions on air, not on X. And I think that's a major difference that you brought up earlier as well, pal. So there you have it. Just want to run through some chats to see what I missed here. If there's anything else that I'm missing.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
Thanks, JJ.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRN Radio. Still operating without our X feeds, but we're coming to you live on Facebook, ×2, Rumble 1 channel, and YouTube 2 channels. So trying to give you guys as many nets as we can find to grab you. Hope everybody that has been hanging out and enjoying the shows tonight is having fun. And as usual, I am one half of the crew, Mr. Rick Robinson, and I did just confirm there is an SHR Media after us, so we are on a clock. And so we're here and we are live. I hope everybody's having a great time. And here is the Amish one. Dude, it's been forever since we've talked. How you doing? It's been
Yeah, at least an hour, right?
It's been an hour.
Okay.
Oh.
I want to start out. I have to issue an apology.
For?
So I owe an apology to George Lucas, not about claiming that he murdered somebody and that's where he got the script for A New Hope. That still tracks. But apparently trade route disputes are not as stupid of a plot point as I thought they were.
That is actually kind of a valid point. I saw somebody post that earlier and I was like, damn. Yeah.
Yeah, that was me.
That was you, wasn't it? Ha, funny.
That was me. So yeah.
I was
So
only
no.
half paying attention, but yeah, I was like, wait a minute, that was you.
Mea culpa. Sorry, George. I take back half the things I said about the prequels. Just half. Because I too hate sand.
Well, here's the thing. So the prequels, as far as I was concerned, absolutely sucked until the sequels. And now the prequels aren't so bad. Because at least they took the time to, like, you know, try to make the Jedis look like they knew what they were doing. And it wasn't, oh my God, this chick who's never seen a lightsaber before just automatically knows how to use the Force. The fuck?
Yeah.
The
the sequels made me quite nostalgic for the prequels. And then we got lesbian space witches. So, I mean...
Yeah. Hang on.
Hang on.
Yeah.
You have triggered something, so hang on. Lesbians in space. Okay, I feel better now. Oh, I missed
Better
that
now?
bit. I was doing that like every week for like the whole time that show was on. And then Jeff was like, I had another bit that was a lot like that, and I feel like you stole it. I'm like, no, I took it from Pigs in Space, so it wasn't because of you.
So, yeah, we covered that quite extensively on the Culture Shift too. It was our methadone coming down from Batgirl getting canceled. The timing was right, and She-Hulk. So,
Oh. So yeah, I saw this earlier, and I saw you just quote tweeted it a minute ago. Yeah, so this was an interesting little story from Leading Report. Apparently, some Pakistanis are no longer wanting to immigrate to the United States.
Yeah, that sounds like something that should come with balloons,
right? Balloons and like a party or something. Yeah,
I mean, everybody run down and scoop up your 7-Elevens and Circle K's as quick as you can.
Dude, I still remember when Joe Biden was running for president. He was like, man, I'm not even kidding. You can't even go into a 7-Eleven unless you got a slight Pakistani accent. I'm like, holy crap.
Mm-hmm.
If a Republican
stuttering racist, Joe.
Oh, it's the double standard. And I do use capital D in parentheses when I say double standard is so different, which is now making this a double D in parentheses. Giggity. Anyway, but
which are titties.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say. How you doing, man? What's going on with Rick? What's new in Rick's world?
I'm doing all right. I've been watching this whole Tallarico thing taking shape in Texas, and this dude is gonna, when he implodes, he's gonna make Beto look like a fucking professional politician when he explodes.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be so wonderful. I heard Aggie and Brad talking about that last night, and they absolutely did not vet this clown at all, and it is gonna blow up in their face spectacularly.
I mean, like, there's a clip from a few hours ago where, and this is from, of course, Democratic Wins Media, and of course, they always open every post with breaking, which, by the way, that shit's old. Stop doing that unless you're doing it ironically, like I did today when I made the point that they've now appointed the new
breaking. I shaved my balls.
Yeah. So anyway, James Tallarico just hit the nail on the head. Republicans are terrified of him because he's going to expose and root out their corruption. Yeah, we're absolutely afraid of a dude that looks even nerdier than Harry Potter. And
every accusation is a confession.
Right. That's the thing I keep trying to tell everybody. Everything they tell you that they try to blame you for is really them saying, well, that's what I would do if I haven't done it already. So,
yeah, I mean, it's like, I mean, look at any time anybody even remotely slightly tries to get off the Dem plantation, and they're Uncle Toms and N-words, and yeah. So,
dude, Andrew, thank you for reminding me. I do have to put TFR back in the rotation occasionally. Just randomly.
No, that's a repressed memory. I fucking forgot about TFR. You're gonna fucking do it too. Payback.
Just randomly, when nobody's expecting it.
Yeah, Terracotta, Tallarico, Talladega, whatever his fucking name is. Yeah, he hasn't been on my radar because my feed has been absolutely swamped with Woo-mows because I made fun of the J-35 and the J-36 Chinese jets. It all started out as a joke about how, wow, every country that has bought Chinese and Russian air defense has really got to be regretting their purchases right about now, because we have completely dog-walked two of the three largest purchasers of Chi-Com anti-stealth air defense. Like, it wasn't even there. And, you know, somebody made a valid point. I mean, they do work because when one explodes, you know, an F-35 is in the area.
Yeah. I think most Chinese are pretty happy that they don't have, you know, the practice of seppuku like their Asian brothers over in Japan, because
And the
there would be a lot of ritual suicides going on if they did, I think.
And the $5 billion of anti-ship missiles that China gave to Iran, and they failed 100% of the time.
I made a joke about that the other day, and almost nobody saw it. I was like, I don't think Iran would have bought these missiles if they had known that the Chinese military suppliers used Timu. I don't think they
David Berg had a great fucking comment about that today. He said that's going to be the most complicated Amazon return ever.
Yeah. Oh. So so according to the most recent rumor, the one-legged Ayatollah Jr. may in fact already be dead, which is probably why they swore in a cardboard cutout yesterday. Which
I swear to God, I thought that was fucking South Park.
Dude, you want to talk about life imitating art? Like, for a minute, I didn't even realize that was his official swearing in. I just thought he was supposed to be at some event and didn't show up, so there was people already there, so they brought out a cardboard cutout. And then it turns out it was his actual swearing in, and I'm like, dude, if you're having to use a cardboard cutout to swear a dude in, he's either dead or more incapacitated than Joe Biden, and let that sink in. They could at least Joe Biden out by the hand and make him stand and do a few tricks for a few minutes before they went and plugged him back in again. So I'm just...
everything I've seen, he was in the building when his dad got, you know, his Club Oxygen membership canceled. And he's been in a coma ever since then. He doesn't know his dad is dead, that his wife is dead, his mom is dead, and he's lost a leg. He doesn't know he's the supreme leader of Iran right now.
Yeah, probably not.
And that's coming from independent sources too. That's not like, you know, breaking news or some fucking shit. That's like all over the board. And it's like, but when they trotted out that cardboard cutout, I had to double take and make sure it wasn't Matt and Trey, that it wasn't the South Park account.
Dude, like I said, I thought it was just some little, you know, trying to do some sort of publicity thing. And then I was like, dude, is this like a South Park thing? And then like 30 minutes later, like because I was starting to put notes together for the show for this morning. And I started hearing on the news that they swore him in using that cardboard cutout. And I was like, oh my God, how bad are things actually in that country when they're swearing in the new guy or the supposed new guy with a cardboard cutout? And then when the cardboard cutout story broke, I heard another thing. Apparently, there's another guy who's actually the actual Ayatollah. They've just been using the cardboard cutout dude as a smokescreen, so nobody knew who to kill. So I don't know, but
I liked how their defense minister said today that they would not surrender until Israel was brought up on, you know, war crimes or blah, 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 blah for Hamas. So they bombed the fucking building and he's dead now.
Wasn't that the 93-year-old dude that we're all like, he's only got probably about another year max anyway, but yeah, I guess they just we just sent him on to a 72-year-old version early. He's 72 virgin goats and Virgil. Anyway,
it's just so okay. Once again, it came from BNO, so grain of salt. But reports are that they hit a U.S. and Greek tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. And I said we need to go 1-for-1 on tankers. Then somebody corrected me, and I'm actually on board with this. Just seize them.
Right?
You know, and just use them as reparations. Oh, you lost a tanker here. Have an Iranian one. I know it's not as good, but, you know, upgrade it. So somebody else said, the United States does not own the Straits of Hormuz so far. Actually, my reply was, that's where you're wrong, fucko. But
what they don't realize is we're about to rename them to the Straits of Trump.
Yeah. These are the Straits of Rubio.
Oh, dude, speaking of Rubio, I don't know when that man's balls finally drop, but he has been amazing the last few months.
That's not the Rubio. That's not the Gang of Eight Rubio. That was just like, super cuck back in 2015.
Well, at some point in 2015, he even started growing a pair. Because if you listen to 2015 Rubio versus 2026 Rubio, there's an entire clip where he went on the well of the Senate for like 6 minutes, telling everybody what was gonna happen if we didn't do what we needed to do with Iran in 2015. And I'm like, dude, 2026 Rubio would probably be patting 2015 Rubio on the back if he could, because that dude, basically, I'm telling you, I think he's a time traveler. I'm telling you, I think he's a time traveler.
Could be. I mean, he's wearing a lot of. I mean, he might as well be a doctor. He's wearing every other fucking hat. Emperor of Greenland and protector of Cuba.
Am I the only one who never gets tired of those memes every time they pop up a new one? I love those things.
I don't get tired of them. I mean, I know that they're starting to get a little thin, but I don't get tired of them. And Jarvis today with the CPAC people.
Oh, dude. Yeah, I was actually, because it was in Dallas, the Dallas area. I was seriously considering going because it would be the first time in forever I wouldn't have had to have gotten on a plane. And I'm like, I'm kind of glad I didn't try to get creds, because from a couple of the people that I've seen that they're going to have talking, I have no interest in being in the same room with those people. So,
yeah, and fucking Bannon.
Ugh.
Fucking pedo Bannon. Fuck that guy. That guy has always been a fucking mustard stain on a pullover hoodie. Fucking forever. But seriously, that guy...
So did you see the part where Senator Schumer said the quiet part about the Save America Act out
loud? Which one?
The one where he admitted that if it got passed, then ICE would be removing about 10 million people from the voter rolls.
Yeah, that's weird, right?
I'm like, wait a minute, that's definitely like a transmission slip, because you just admitted there's a problem if ICE has the authority to remove people from the voter rolls after this passes.
I was going to say, I was reasonably assured that didn't happen.
Right?
That there was only been 90 cases since 1974 or something like that.
Oh, so speaking of Tallarico, did you see this one? Because I just saw it. It hasn't been out for very long, so I didn't notice it. But apparently, he had this endorsement page that had a lot of radicals listed. So he tried to delete it. Not realizing.
Haven't they figured out the internet is forever?
Yeah. They did.
Yeah, Jeff, that's spot on. Hang on. Rubio has a longer list of titles than Khaleesi in Game of Thrones.
And that's saying something.
That is saying something.
But yeah, I think my favorite one when all this started back up again was when they had reported that they had sunk like 10 of the Iranian naval ships. And somebody put out one of the Rubio sitting on the couch with a diver's bell suit on, the old school diving suit. It's like, Rubio has now been made aware that he has been appointed the Admiral of Iran's Navy.
So, okay. Do you follow the U.S. Oil and Gas Association Twitter feed?
Yes, I do now. I wasn't before.
Okay, no, yeah, I was going to say, if you're not familiar with that account, you absolutely need to follow them. They are fucking savage. Just dragging influencers, dragging Newsom. The Newsom, Izzy's little fucking Newsom press account made a comment about oil and gas prices, and U.S. OGA came back and said Governor magnesium citrate is a saline laxative used before major surgery or colonoscopy. It's available without a prescription, both as a generic and under various brand names. We suggest you stop by Walgreens and pick some up on the way home because you're full of crap.
I didn't see that one. I'm gonna have to go find that one.
No.
Now. But yeah, so the one I saw was when they were like dragging the Krasenstein so hard that it was.
Oh, dude, they absolutely body Brian. Just because he's short, and they just. I mean, you think Robert Third Reich is short? Apparently, Brian and Ed are like basically Peter Dinklage. They're played by Peter Dinklage, and yeah, they're absolutely brutal to him.
Yeah. So just for the record, it's not Robert Reich. It's Robert Reich.
Right.
Anyway, apparently, according to Al, Megyn Kelly's going to be trying to step on your stick at CPAC. She's supposed to be doing a donkey show.
Well, I'll provide the donkeys. I mean,
just don't send Dominic. Just saying.
Dude, that fucking chick.
Dude, you.
I mean, I was never a huge fan of her.
I mean, I wasn't, but I mean, I didn't watch her all the time, but she does occasionally make intelligent points, or she did. I
always saw her as just another bubble-headed fox blonde.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
what she kind of turned into. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I was never really one of these people that believe this whole idea that there's like this woke right thing going on, and there is, dude. And these people are like right in the middle of it, and they're nuts. I mean, they think everything is the Jews' fault.
Well, that's okay.
Terrifying.
That's just because they're both her and Tucker, and they're paid by Qatar, so, or Qatar if you're not familiar with the pronunciation. But yeah, no, they're paid by Qatar, and fucking, so of course they're going to be anti-Jew. Holy shit! Speaking of, did you see both Lebanon and Jordan are like, yeah, we're cleaning Hezbollah out?
I saw Lebanon. I hadn't seen Jordan yet, but that actually does that makes me happy.
Yeah, they want normal relations with Israel. They're tired of Hezbollah, probably because their whole southern border just gets absolutely fucking its shit pushed in every time Hezbollah pops its head up. So, yeah, I'd get a little tired of that too. You know, it's kind of like you got to root out your problem, yo.
Oh, one of the things that kind of gave me a little bit of pause today, and I know it was a promotional stunt. I'm sure there were probably people hanging out in the crowd with guns, but there was a bit that got put out on Iranian TV today about this supposed, celebration of the appointed new Ayatollah, blah, blah, blah. And then bombs start dropping, and the guy that's doing the coverage is screaming. People in the crowd are just screaming and chanting "Death to America," and nobody's running. And that was the whole thing underneath the account. This is the resolve of Iran. They have bombs dropping all around them, and they are still there shouting "Death to America." I'm like, dude, they're shouting that because there's people in the crowd with guns telling them if they don't, they're going to fucking shoot them. Let's be honest.
And not just that. They know that America goes out of their way, Israel usually, to not bomb civilians. And while that would be a target-rich environment where they could just solve 500 problems at once, they know that, yeah, the gun crowd, the guys with guns there are to make sure everybody else is chanting "Death to America." I mean, everything, you think the left is performative. Fucking Iran has been performative for 47 years.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, the unrelenting onslaught of AI slop that they churn out. I know. I think we talked about it last week where they used a Soyuz rocket to take out the battleship Yamato.
Yeah.
But and saying that was a victory against the United States. I'm like, holy shit.
We had
Like, what do you got against Star Blazers?
Star Blazers theme. I was happy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Fuck yeah. So, what else you got on your mind?
I mean, been just kind of keeping up with the news and seeing what was going on. I am getting as much as I have enjoyed some of the stories that are coming out with the war, I am getting really tired of waking up to the same chyron every single day. Secretary of War says this will be the worst day for Iranian bombing ever. And I'm like, can we just get it over with then and just be done? I mean, can we just send all the B-52s in and start carpet bombing them or something?
Yeah, I mean, okay. We have air superiority over southern Iran. We don't have complete air supremacy at this time. I'll acknowledge that. But the third carrier, the GHWB, Heroes at a Half Shell, it just pulled into the med, and it was that.
Said you're welcome for that, by the way.
Yeah, I can't not hear it now, Dick. So there, that task group is actually, it's believed that they're going to be the ones who are going to be escorting through the Straits of Hormuz. So now you've got 3 aircraft carriers who are going to be able to cycle, because if one needs to, back off and do air flight maintenance and shit like that, they can pull out, do their shit, come back. So the pounding is going to be even more relentless. And the problem, I mean, I don't want to say it's a problem, is that the GHWB doesn't have 35s on it, just has F8 and just F-18s. Jesus Christ, that's good enough. But especially when Iran is using, had F-14s and now they're gone. I think all their Foxbats are gone too. So, but yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it's been insane to watch.
Hey, I just got a Discord from Jeff. We'll have to follow. We may need to do this either as an emergency juxtaposition or prep for it. But apparently, there's a Bigfoot flap in unfolding in Ohio, and that's from Coast to Coast AM's Twitter feed.
Dun dun dun. This is technically
they're coming out for all the erotica.
This is technically supposed to be our off week. You want to do an emergency one? I know you guys are taping on Saturday.
No, we're recording Saturday. I can't. I was just,
okay.
But we got our Mandela Effect show coming up next week. So
yeah, I don't really want
that's all right. We'll let it unfold, and then we'll come back and we'll do a Bigfoot thing. We'll get Jeff and Ken and, maybe BZ on again and do another panel.
Yeah. So today I spent the first probably 45 minutes of my show pointing out that the idiocy is still alive and well across both sides of the aisle, and of course I started with our side first. The leader Thune pissed me the fuck off today. I don't know if you saw the clip going around, and I'm not gonna make everybody listen to it again because we only do an hour show.
Yeah.
But so basically he was telling everybody that we don't have the votes to either start or stop a talking filibuster. And that's not his fault. There's nothing he can do about it. And I'm like, this just proves that these people think we're all 5 and don't understand how any of this stuff works. Because under the old rules, what used to have to happen before anybody could just say, oh, we're filibustering, and then you had to have a 60-vote threshold to break it, is they used to make people get up and explain to you why they were opposed to this bill, and they only had for as long as they could talk to stop the vote. So the 60 vote.
I mean, Ted Cruz was.
Yeah.
Ted Cruz was famous for one of those where he talked for like 7 or 8 hours.
Yeah, I mean, the longest one ever in history was in '57, and it was when they were trying to stop the Civil Rights Act from passing.
Dude, that was Strom Thurmond, Democrat.
24 hours and 18 minutes. But so, I mean, even if you take that into account, this whole, we can't even start the talking filibuster because we don't have the votes. That's not how any of this works. The vote is to stop it, and that's if you do have the votes and you can shut them up, then you get the 60 votes, and then it goes back to simple majority. But with a talking filibuster, they talk until they either till 60 votes and cloture is declared and they move on, or until they run out of gas, and then it just becomes a simple up or down vote again. So if they actually did, everybody's talking about nuking the filibuster because hell, even Corwin's on board with nuking the filibuster now after what Thune said today. And I'm like,
but
you don't have to do that though.
I was going to bring that up. It wasn't about what Thune said because he was against it. He's been bullied into it by Ken Paxton, who he's in a runoff election with, and Trump. So he had to take that stance if he wants Trump's endorsement. I don't think he's going to get it anyway. But that was just a pure calculated political fucking stunt on Corwin's part.
Oh, I'm sure it was. But at the same time, I'm just like, we don't even need to do that. If we just go back to actually enforcing the filibuster rule where, hey, if you want to talk about it, you have until you run out of gas to change people's mind. And if you can't do it, then we call for the vote and it either passes or it doesn't. But don't sit here and tell me, well, we can't even do that because we don't even have the votes to start the process to do a talking filibuster. Fucking moron.
I think Trump should just hold to his guns. He said that he wasn't going to pass another bill out of the Senate until the SAFE Act was passed. Stick to your guns, Trump. And whatever comes to your desk, just say, nope, it's going to sit here. Give me the SAFE Act or shut down, or we're just going to gridlock you. Which is the point of having the president sign a bill.
The problem with that is there most places have states have a pocket veto where if it's not signed after a certain amount of time, it's automatically considered a veto, and then they have to go back to the House and Senate and try to override it. That's not how it works at the federal level. If things sit on the president's desk for 10 days unsigned, it's auto-pinned. So his idea of I'm not signing anything isn't necessarily going to work.
Damn it.
Because the system's broken. Just
yeah,
broken.
It does.
And it's been broken.
See, I thought it was the reverse of that. Okay.
No, if it sits on his desk for 10 days unsigned, it automatically it's just declared done, and it's a thing. Yeah, I had to double check it because somebody said that the other day on the news, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. But yeah, it is. States have pocket vetoes. They have pocket passage, which again just proves that there's way too many erosions to checks and balances.
Yeah.
Because, our system is broken. But I do, I'm not sure what Jeff's talking about, but corporate America should learn from Iran. IT could have been an email. I don't know. Maybe it's a word.
Yeah.
I don't know. But anyway.
No, meaning because they did they picked their last leader by Zoom.
Might as well have been. Oh, but yeah, I mean, so that stuff is really pissing me off because I'm really tired of both sides of the aisle talking to us like we're fucking stupid. Because you don't have to have a certain number of votes to start a filibuster. Right now, it's so simple. All they have to do is declare that they're going to filibuster, and then you can't do anything unless they can get to 60 votes. But that frees them from not having to tie up the well so they can keep working on other things and blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. I don't give a shit about any of that anymore. We're going to have to start going toe-to-toe with these fuckers so the American people understand exactly how broken shit is. So if they actually want shit done, they need to stop sending gridlock to Washington, D.C. If you think the Democrats are going to get it done, fine, vote for all of them. I will help you push the bitch over the cliff at this point. But if not, then you got to stop sending gridlock because nothing fucking gets done. Nothing. And I know for the longest time we were okay with that. We don't live in a time when that can be okay anymore. We just don't. Not with them letting thousands of potential terrorists come through the door 4 years ago. We don't live in that time anymore. I wish we did, because I like it when our government doesn't do much. But this isn't that time. And it's either we fix it or we go over the cliff. And at this point, I'm good with either one. Because I'm tired of feeling like I'm the only one fighting for shit half the time and everybody else is
half the time I'm just wondering, when do we start fucking shooting?
Right?
Seriously. When are we going to make lampposts burdened again? Because I got a tar and feather emporium I got to run here, or torch and pitchfork, but I do have a special on tar and feather.
I was going to say, did you expand and you now have tar and feathering going on?
No, I expanded a little. It's kind of like when those micro coffee companies come out with a new flavor. So
it's funny that you mentioned a coffee company, but we'll talk about that after the break. Because did you hear what's going on with Starbucks?
Yeah, I did. We got to talk about that.
All right, we're gonna take the break, so we're gonna play a little bit of music, give you guys a chance to get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, maybe smoke a little bit of what helps you think. Unless you're at work, but then again, even if you are, I am probably not your boss, and even if I was, I don't judge. But we'll be right back.
Speaking of, check out the size of the joint in this woman's hand in this video.
Nice. I hadn't seen it yet, so I'll have to pay attention to it now. We'll be right back in about 4 minutes or so.
Thank you for all the incredible music.
And we are back. And yeah, I have to admit I hadn't heard that one before, but I already hit the thumbs up button, so I should hear more from them now.
Yeah, that's the Interrupters. They're a LA ska punk band. And if you like that cover from Joe Strummer, they have a cover of She's Kerosene, which actually fucking rips too. So
nice. All right, so we got to talk about this because I have to admit, when I started hearing the rumblings about this particular story, I was a little pissed off too. And then I heard the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey used to say. So apparently, a lot of folks were pissed off that Pete Hegseth made the announcement that he spent like all kinds of money on lobster and steak and shit.
oh,
And
I'm
they
so
started
sick of
freaking
this.
out about it. And then they and I think he did this to people on purpose, just to see what the media would do. Because after they started having a meltdown, he's like, "Oh, by the way, that was money I spent to feed the troops."
Yeah,
and they're still having a meltdown about it. These are the same people that think every kid in America should get free lunch on the government.
Well, not just that. These are the same people who freaked out about the military eating MREs. They're the people who flipped out, especially like Newsom, flipped out about, the National Guard having to sleep under tables in a garage and, during LA's fucking bullshit. And, it's like, okay, so it's tradition for the surf and turf on deployment. What are you mad about? Seriously. It's like, this is a thing. It's always been a thing, or it's been a thing for quite a while. So
yeah, it's been a thing for a while. I mean, at first, when the story first broke, all I saw was the headline, and I was doing something else, so I didn't get a chance to come back and dig into it till later. And it was like, Sec War Hegseth spends like, what was it, like $2 million something on?
Yeah, no, it was like, it was a lot. We're not gonna lie, it was a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot, and so, but that was one of the things I was like, oh my god, and then I realized what it was for, and I'm like, dude, that's like always been a thing. So,
well, I like how they keep inflating it too, because it was like 19 million or something like that. Yeah. It wasn't cheap. It was a double-digit $1 million thing. But these are the same people who are like, oh, it's not a big deal, when now it's being found out that 50% of the Somali fraud, half of the money for whatever those programs were, went to Somali fraud in Wisconsin, in Wisconsin or whatever, Minnesota, whatever one of those fucking states up there that nobody cares about. Yeah, so it's like that's billions, guys, and you're vitzing about a couple million, really?
Right? And that's just it. With all the fraud and everything else that's coming out, you guys are worried about this? I mean, come on. I mean, hell, there's another story now about Medicaid fraud. And I'm just sitting there and I'm watching all this going, this is nuts. And I've said this before, when we can literally have 10, 15, 20 billion and more just disappear and nobody knows anything about it, and it doesn't cause our system to crash, we're being taxed too fucking much. That's just insane to me.
And also, you guys are mad about, shoot. One missile costs more than that when we take out an Iraqi naval ship. So, come on. That's one missile's worth that you're bitching about.
Don't remind them of that, because that's all I've been seeing too from all these people that think it's the government's responsibility to take care of everyone. Is, oh, they can find hundreds of millions of dollars for bombs and missiles, but they don't think you deserve cheap food and cheap health care.
Well, I'm sorry, but the bombs and missiles are actually one of the legitimate forms of government. As a minarchist, I say that. And also, one of the only things that's in the Constitution. Healthcare and fucking internet is not in the Constitution. And even if they were things at the time, wouldn't have been.
Yeah, you can't explain that to these people.
Yeah.
It's insane. But
so, do you know who this Olivia Juliana chick is?
I do not. At least.
Okay, hang on. I'm getting some. I need to refresh my voice meter. Hang on a sec. Okay, so under Biden, she was that, and I'm going to borrow a phrase that I saw from Chesty today. The ham planet that was responsible for mail outreach under Biden. That she makes Stacey Abrams look lithe. Anyway, she was responding to Rep. Andy Ogle's statement about Muslims don't belong in American society and pluralism is a lie.
Oh yeah.
And how paperwork doesn't magically make you an American. So her reply was, America literally became an independent country because a bunch of men signed a piece of paper. Honey, there was nothing that happened after that. We just signed a paper. We didn't
oh God,
fight for 7 years.
I just saw the walrus to which you are referring. Oh my God.
Yes. As I said, Chesty's ham planet, that has moved into my lexicon.
Yeah. It was just the signing of the paper, Ordy. We didn't have to do anything else. We
didn't do anything after that. It was just a sign. Yeah. Miss Stay Puff. Exactly, Jeff. Stay Puff is lithe compared to this ham planet.
Yeah, so never mind the fact that we basically had to invent guerrilla warfare to beat the British.
Right.
Yeah, we didn't do nothing.
You want to fuck with us? We crossed a river on Christmas Eve to murder a bunch of Hessians. Keep it up.
And then we did it again a few years later.
Yeah, that's what we do.
That's one of the things that I don't know where we lost this whole, rebel spirit and the whole, we're out to take over, we're just out to live our own lives and do whatever we have to do to be able to do that spirit that we used to have. But we need it back because everybody that's screaming and yelling about, oh my God, that's a war crime. It was like, dude, if the Hague had existed in 1776, we would have been up on war crimes in 1776, in 1812.
Actually, it's not a war crime the first time.
Yeah, so we might have been all right for 1776. 1812, however.
1812, on the other hand, yeah.
When
we looted and burned Toronto.
It wasn't just that. That was, if I remember right, 1812 was when we basically did the same thing to the British again because they were like, oh, it wasn't enough that you trounced us the first time. So we did the whole thing where, we met and we did the whole parlay thing. And they're like, and I can't do a British accent, so I'm not even going to try. But tomorrow at noon, we line up, we do the thing, and then Davy Crockett and all the boys were like, fuck that, let's just go stab them in their sleep tonight. And that's exactly what we did. Again. But I digress. I think Amish might be dying on me.
My voice meter is freaking out, so...
Yeah,
I've had to reset it 3 times. I should have restarted my computer today. It's been a few days. I didn't even think of it. I mean, I thought of it. I just didn't do it. So.
It's all good. We're almost done anyway. So, what are you watching? Because we are about to that time anyway.
Okay. So I've tried to start watching Fallout 3 times. It's not that it's not uninteresting. It's just that I've been zonking out the second my head hits the pillow. So I'm making a conscious effort. You said I wouldn't, but I am. So I got that going on for me. But also I just recently followed I just drew a blank, so I'm trying to bring up his account. Cappy Army. I think he used to be Task and Purpose. But he's been doing some really good, like, almost instantly relevant, and he researches his shit. He really researches his shit. That's why I was watching the thing on his the other night where we've already got boots in the ground in Iran, but they're Kurds, and that's why all the bombing around the Iran-Iraq border has been going on, taking out checkpoints and police stations along the border so the Kurds can get over into the mountains, which is where they're really good at fighting. So. And we'll probably abandon the Kurds like we have the last 2 times. But still, for now, we're getting them in. So, but yeah, Cappy Army.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I do have to say the Farmer Wilmoth callback on Friday was kind of awesome.
That was funny, wasn't it?
I hate green things.
As soon as he started, okay, during that table read, when we were doing that session, because he sold it as Farmer Will. And then as soon as he started talking about invaders, I just, I half joked about Wilmoth. And then when he was talking about invaders and green, I'm like, we're in full Wilmoth mode here. So, that was fun. Like, you turned me into a racist, you bastard.
Yeah, I do love the fact that he's making the reference in the chat. My opinion on Iran, I want to go full Farmer Wilmoth as if the Iranians were green skinned.
Yeah. Just the Islamists, though, because Persian women.
Dude, seriously.
Dude. I love every time I make the joke, why are we not dropping AKs and lingerie in Iran right now? And someone will always pop up in my feed with AI art of hot Persian women in lingerie with AKs. I'm like, yeah, this guy gets me. So
that I don't know how I haven't seen that yet, but yeah, for some reason it almost never show up on my feed unless I go look for you.
I am so fucking suppressed, which is weird because it's like my numbers are all right, but I know they could be better because everybody's saying they never see me. So I don't know where all my traction's coming from, but yeah. Anyway. It's also the 9th anniversary of this account.
Nice.
Only because I kept it hidden for 7 years.
Yeah, so yeah. Well, yeah.
How about you? What are you watching? What's on Rick's radar?
So let's see. What have I been watching? I just finished the most recent episode of The Rookie. Still really enjoying that show. Other than that, I haven't really been watching too much. I of course I have been watching the Starfleet Academy series. I've also been watching Janelle's stream of Starfleet Academy, the game, which is much more entertaining. I'm still pissed off that she never spaced Korn. She kept saying she was going to space him. She never spaced him.
If she could have, she would have done it like 3 streams ago, because that's when we. The game is funny because it's like, you're useless, Korn, or whatever Yeah, no, her feed is fun. I have a good time in there.
But yeah, so I've been watching that. The last episode of the season drops at midnight tonight, so I will probably still be up and probably watch that before I go to sleep. I have to say, some of the episodes are not terrible, but I've also said, for me, I think it's because I've watched all the new tracks, so I get all the Easter eggs when they throw them. And a lot of folks don't because they haven't watched it. And again, it is still, it is 90210 in space. So, but as long as you're willing to go in with that mindset and realizing that despite what anybody in Kurtzman camp tells you, that everything since Enterprise has been an alternate timeline, because that just fixes so many issues. That's another thing that drove me crazy today. So I saw somebody complaining about what the Klingons look like in, I think it was Star Trek Beyond, and I'm like, you realize this is a completely different timeline, right? So that's why they can get away with shit like that. Not everything's going to be exactly the same, guys. But yeah, so that's always kind of been my mental disconnect for that.
Sodomizing the corpse of Trek.
Of course.
Speaking of sodomizing, Holly Hunter still looks good, though.
Yeah. I had no idea she was deaf. She was like mostly deaf, though. I didn't know that.
Is she?
Yeah, everybody was complaining about the lisp, and they're like, "You realize that she's mostly deaf?" It's like, no, I did not. So
yeah, but Mary Matlin figured it out. So anyway, whatever.
Well, for the longest time though, she didn't though. The first couple years she was on TV, she was really hard to understand. She did eventually get better. But hell, Holly Hunter talks really well for a half deaf person. So.
Just get hearing aids. You stop being vain. Get the fucking hearing aids. I've never been happier. Plus, I can pump the my computer and my phone and everything into it. So, I'm just walking around, not listening to a fucking thing, and just listening to music, and nobody can tell.
You're basically frying out your prefrontal cortex and just don't know yet.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I didn't need it anyway.
I don't use it for anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, I haven't really been watching too much. I have kind of anymore when I can't sleep. I usually just turn YouTube on and just start randomly playing like different Trek reviews and stuff, which have been kind of fun because I'm learning some stuff I didn't know. Like that whole, remember years ago when I was talking about how it was Roddenberry who didn't want Stewart because he wanted a virile captain with hair like he had with Kirk.
Right.
It wasn't him. It was the showrunner at the time. And eventually
to try to appease the showrunner, they brought Stewart back with his when I have to have hair toupee, because Patrick Stewart was born bald and pretty much stayed that way.
Yes.
And then he had left, and they called him back one more time, and he didn't have the hairpiece anymore. And that's when the showrunner was like, "I don't want a bald captain." And Gene was like, "In the 24th century, nobody gives a shit about hair anymore. Let's watch the dude read the script." So yeah, I'm learning stuff that I didn't know. Like, apparently the accent for Deanna Troi was actually because Tasha Yar's character originally had a different name and was kind of more of an Hispanic background. And that's what Marina Sirtis read for and actually was cast for. And then
Well, the roles were supposed to be reversed.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what they did. They changed Tasha's, because Crosby was supposed to be the counselor, and Troy was supposed to be this, and Sirtis was supposed to be the security officer. Gene took one look at him, changed the name of the security officer character, and said, "Nope, you're the counselor, and you're the security chick."
Yeah, so talking about Janelle Waz's show too. She's got a running joke. She did a review. She's done several reviews of like Troy episodes and how useless Troy is as an empath. Like, she senses things that just normal people could sense through conversation. It's like, what? Why are you even here? And so that's a running theme in a lot of her videos too.
Well, I mean, to be fair,
that and her terrible taste in men. Not as bad as Beverly's with the candle ghost, but still.
At least Troy never tried to have sex with a ghost. So there's that. I mean, she did have sex with an alien, though, and had a baby.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of the other things that I thought was absolutely hilarious was, well, shit, I don't even remember what I was going to say. I had another point I was going to make about it, but now I don't remember because I'm too busy watching.
I stepped all over it.
No, it's not your fault. I'm watching the White House stream showing bowling.
Yeah, no. Jeff dropped that on me just before we went on air. With the taking out the Ayatollahs.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know who's running their social media accounts, but there's been some sort of a paradigm shift, because all of a sudden our side is good with social media, their side not so much. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. So who we got on tonight, Sean?
Yep, Sean is up next in about 3 minutes. Where can folks find you, sir?
Let's see. You can find me Friday night when we will be doing our latest episode of The Curse of Stephaneros. Myself, Jeff is the DM, Vincent Charles, Delaney, Janie Mack, and the EP are having a great time with that one. I think that's session 2. We're going to be maybe halfway through session 2. Then Saturday night we will be recording the next table setting of Curse of Stephaneros, but you can't hear that until it drops. Sunday, Vincent Charles Project. I believe we are doing Get Shorty, and then next week all back around at the same times, doing the same things.
I remember what I was going to bring up before I went on my Star Trek tangent. Did you see the stuff going on with Nathan Fillion and Alan Tudyk?
I saw where he slaps. I'm sorry, I just slapped. Yeah. I saw the one. Was there more?
No, well, that's the only one I've seen. It's basically there's a point right before he smacks him where he's like, "Yeah, I don't want to do this without you," and then he just hauls off and like smack.
Yeah.
So now everybody's like, okay, so how are they going to bring him back if he died? My hope, if it's a live action reboot, which I don't know, it could be, it could wind up being some comic book bullshit or animation, I don't know. But I'm hoping that they come back and, and they're like, 5 years later, and it turns out the entire fucking Serenity movie was just a dream and he's still alive, because them killing him off pissed me off.
Yeah, that was a hell of a thing when they killed Wash. But yeah, I mean, I don't want them to retcon Serenity because it was a really good movie. Yeah. Who knows? We'll figure it out if it happens. I mean, we find out in 4 days. The 15th is when the announcement is supposed to be.
What would be really funny if Tudyk winds up playing a robot that looks exactly like the robot that he played in the Superman movie?
We joked about that. We joked about something similar on Vincent Charles' project this weekend, where he comes back as Serenity, like they did with fucking the Millennium Falcon, and uploaded the pansexual robot into the computer as the voice. If they upload Wash into the ship's computer and he's Serenity, that'd be funny. But also, yeah, like you said, the robot. That'd be fun.
So, all right, we should probably get out of here because I'm sure Sean's probably spinning up. But yeah, as far as finding me, I'll be here to off tomorrow during the day, so I'll be back tomorrow night pushing buttons for Disasters in the Making, followed by hopefully Jen and Rick, followed by hanging out with BZ because he's got some things he wants to say about the Republicans at this point. So me and Amy are gonna go hang out on his show for a couple hours. We're gonna get out of here though because I'm down to my final hour and then I get to go to bed. So yeah, bye everybody.
Hail Hydra.
No hailing of the Hydra. We have had this discussion.
I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
Different levels, but at least do me a favor and like and subscribe to the episode. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you to everybody that has done so far. Shout out to our moderators who are just absolutely doing what needs to be done, and we appreciate you guys being in there so much. We have Buffoon of the Week in the chat room. We have Boyd in the chat room. Reavers in the chat room. O2 in the chat room. I saw Mission Ready Men in the chat room. Good evening to all of you guys. Yeah, super chats are open too, if anyone is so inclined. Got a lot to talk about tonight. What do you guys think of the little bit of the music playing in the background the whole time? You like it? You don't like it? Let me know. Let's try it. I tried it out last week. I figured I'd try it out this week. I apologize for being off Monday night. Had a family emergency, and obviously that takes precedence. Rowdy Rick's in the chat room. Thanks, Rick. I love when I look at the chat room and they're just people guilting each other immediately. We're not even 2 minutes into the show. That's how you know it's going to be a good night in chat. You start off over in Iran. Get everyone caught up on there. Insane footage. I mean, so much insane footage. It's incredible to me that, and still maybe it's because I'm getting old. It's still incredible to me. Oh, Listening Post is in the chat room. Good evening, Listening Post. It still blows my mind that we can watch a war almost real time in this day and age. And it does give some incredible sights. Earlier tonight, and I'm going to get into the breakdown here shortly, Hezbollah, who I mentioned last week, the Lebanese government and military said that they were going to invade southern Lebanon, where Hezbollah has taken over the southern part of the country, for lack of a better term. And that's where they've been spreading their terror from, specifically into Egypt. I'm sorry, Israel, not Egypt. Egypt. The hell was I? Egypt. Hold on. No, just water. I don't know what the hell's going on. Into Israel for an extended period of time. And they've done so, for those who are not aware, because Iran has funded them and given them the weapons to do so for years now, decades. And tonight, and just before we went to air, I saw that there may have been another pager style or subversive attack by the Israeli intelligence. Perhaps motorcycles were targeted. A couple different people were saying that. There's a lot of sirens in southern Lebanon right now that were followed with a bunch of explosions. I can't confirm anything, but it would not shock me. The Israelis and the Lebanese government are trying to smoke Hamas out, and they're getting close. And you know this because Hezbollah threw out this barrage of rockets towards Israel just hours ago. It's an estimated of over 100 rockets that were fired at missile. Done stuff like this in the past, but I don't think they fired 100 at once. I know they're trying to overwhelm the Iron Dome. But that's certainly an escalation. If you need more battle footage, I mean, like I said earlier, just watching this live is absolutely crazy to me. And this was released by CENTCOM. Going after all the missile launchers. Now, the missile launchers, Listen Post is singing Afternoon Delight. I don't even know what to do with this right now. As far as the missile launches go, according to CENTCOM, 160 active ballistic missile launches is all Iran is expected to have left. Who knows how many are functioning? That is 2/3 of where they were 12 days ago. So they're starting to chip it off one little piece at a time. And as I said before, if you don't know how it works, they go after the ones they know first, and then as Iran uses them, they light up on a radar, and then they go in and target them. Us, Israel, and whoever else, UAE, I think, is helping out now. So every time they fire missiles, which has been less and less the last couple of days, they get their asses lit up for it. There's footage allegedly going around. I confirm it, which is why I'm not showing it tonight, of an Israeli drone that was circling a missile launcher, and the soldiers were coming out with white flags. And that could have been true. It could have not been true. I don't know. But it wouldn't shock me. There's been numerous reports that the newest Ayatollah, not going to be around too long, is either dead or in a coma already. And again, I don't know if that's true, but nobody's seen him. He hasn't talked to anybody. They've had other Ayatollahs releasing videos, but not Ayatollah, whatever his last name is. Here it is. And they had grand plans. And now this is going to get into something I talk about here in a little bit. But this is the new Ayatollah, and apparently, according to News Nation, they canceled the California strike because they saw what Newsom already did to it, and they don't want to. There's nothing left for them to attack. Now, that's satire. That's not legitimate. That was put up by the Babylon Bee, but I thought that was absolutely freaking hysterical. And yes, I do have it here somewhere because people are already asking for it. The video they had to use, or the imagery they had to use for the first Ayatollah for his service memorial, whatever you want to call it. I try to find the good and stuff, and this actually made me laugh out loud because, oh, where the hell is it? I know I got it. And I know everyone's already seen it, but I want to put it up to laugh because there's been so much that has been done with it since. Oh, there it is. This planet. And I know that some people have said that it was AI. I don't know. But if I leave this planet and the only imagery that is left of me is cardboard, please don't drag it out in front of the 3 or 4 people that show up to my services. Just pour booze on it and move on. Holy shit. It's amazing. Reports of mines in the Straits of Hormuz I think 3 ships have been struck so far. 60 Iranian vessels have been struck and sunk, including all of these Soleimani-class warships that are now submarines, which is fitting, seeing how, Soleimani's been dead for a while, so we might as well kill all of his ships too. Secretary of War Hegseth noted Tuesday was the most intense day of kinetic operations yet, Tuesday being yesterday, the 10th. However, the mission is still moving fast. Most of their larger targets have been struck, and they're now starting to get down into the, I don't want to say the nitty-gritty, but the nitty-gritty, for lack of a better term. There was an explosion today in Quds. Now, from all reporting that I can find, and the research that I did, Quds, however you want to pronounce it, which is ironic because Soleimani was in charge of the Quds Force before we killed him, but that's neither here nor there. Quds, for those who don't know, the Quds Force is the ones who are in charge of all the terrorist organizations and getting them stuff. Baghdad or Tehran
آنها از تنگه هرمز عبور کند و هر شناوری که شناور و یا محموله نفتی آن برای آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی و شرکای متخاصمان
probably not their best choice. Quds? Yeah, Ricky Chuds. They could be called Chuds. I just had this video earlier. I'm going to try to scroll down to it because I have so many things saved to show tonight. It's not even funny. Let's see. Somewhere here. There's so much funny things that I kind of want to talk about, but I've just been caught into such a large amount of input from this war and items to share that there's just so much I can't get it all out at once. It was a humongous explosion over Quds. I'm not going to waste time trying to look for it. You can find it. It's on the internet. Reports are that it was the GB something bazillion pound bomb that was used. And if they use that, I'm guessing Quds is where they are. Like I said, that's where the Ayatollahs were allegedly hiding out, the mullahs and all the leadership. And there's a chance that they knew enough that they were meeting and they want to, what's that? 52 mullahs and one stone type mentality. So according to Steve Wickoff, there's still 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium. You know, that thing that they were trying to say they were trying to create for energy and electricity, which we all know is bullshit because America and other countries had offered to give them enriched uranium for energy in the past, and they refused. And casualties unknown really on the Iranian side, and 140 casualties with 8 people in critical condition, and of course there's the ones I think we're up to 7 that have perished. So the war is still going on. It's moving quick, allegedly. Like I said, we're not on the ground. You're not on the ground. We don't know. 52 mullahs are on the wall. What's amazing is the politics on all of this. I already see today, like they're trying to, I see Democrats coming out today and they're like, oh, all this money we're spending on this war, we could have spent on Obamacare. And it's like, well, yeah, but that's still ignoring the fact that Obamacare is a gigantic piece of shit. And we all knew this was going to happen. It was going to be unbelievably expensive. That was the plan. I said that years ago on Sackheads. I wasn't the only one. The single payer system was always the goal with Obamacare. It was designed to fail. But they know they can't let it fail because everyone would go crazy, so they want to keep propping it up. But to try to conflate these two things is absolutely ridiculous because it ignores all of the money and investments that this administration has brought in. I'm going to get to Newsom bitching about gas prices when he got, and I know BZ talked about this on his show last night, gas prices have been going up in California because they've been closing refineries here. And I've explained this before, but if you're new here, I'll explain it again. In the state of California, we have what's called a closed-loop fuel system. We have a special blend that can only be made at a handful of refineries. It's unbelievably expensive to make. 2 of those refineries are offline this past year. You now have Marathon Petroleum essentially warning Gavin Newsom that the proposed amendments that CARB is now proposing. Now, last year, just before the election, the California Air Resources Board, from here on, I'll just call it CARB, had a quiet meeting where they passed a whole bunch of rules and bylaws that raised the price or raised the cost of operations for refineries 40%, some say more. That was the ruling, where all estimates at that time is within a year and a half to 2 years, gas in California would be around $7 a gallon on the low end. Despite all of that, and that was the same one too, where one of the CARB board members admitted that they do not they don't take the price of gas into consideration when they're making these rules. It's strictly for the environment. Strictly for the environment. And then you had Marathon, like I said, send this letter to Newsom essentially saying, if they pass these next set of rules in CARB, if the California Air Resources Board passes this next set of rules, it's the cap and trade scam. Prices are going to keep going up and up and up. And it was what's called a death knell for the remaining facilities, because they're not going to be able to afford to stay in operation in California. The last one, I forget which one, I forget if it was Chevron or if it was the other company. They said because of that CARB rule that was passed last year just before the election, that's the whole reason they left. They couldn't afford to make this special blend of gas. They have to import everything to begin with because you can't drill here in California. They're importing from overseas. I think it's somewhere around 55% of the oil refined in California is brought in by boat from overseas and places that do it much dirtier. But I digress. And they said the rules that they pass in order to put up, to keep up with all of these new rules, it would cost them a shitload of money. And it was not worth it to them because it would offset any sort of income that they were making, or profit, I should say. And that's why they left. And now you have other companies who are outside of California who are warning them, hey, you're going down this really stupid road and you have to change course. And they refuse to do it. Newsom refused to do it. The environmentalists refused to do it. CARB, I've written about CARB on shrmedia.com and other places so many times. CARB is the biggest bought and paid for bureaucracy in the state of California. And that's saying a lot, considering the state of California is a gigantic bureaucracy. It's absolutely insane. And then, as if that wasn't enough out of Newsom, you said, he's ruining the economy in the state. Unemployment's still really high here. Cost of living still really high here. Cost of gas is still really high here. He's trying to blame it strictly on the war, which, yeah, there was a small bump, but I think oil's back down to under 83% gallon. Dollars a gallon. Pardon me, I wish it was 83 cents a gallon. Dollars a gallon, which was a side effect of this strike that we knew was going to happen. But if California wasn't adding $1.60 per gallon, fuel would be a lot more reasonable. And then the Daily Mail came out with this, and it's tied right to Newsom because, as I've said before, Newsom's making his run at the White House. It's not going great. The rest of the country doesn't like Newsom, but nobody tell Newsom that because he doesn't seem to know. But this report says Gavin Newsom's wife and her firm pocket $3.7 million. Her firm, she's one of the owners, from her gender stereotypes charity, according to IRS filings, days after her sanctimonious rant at the press. Now, I think I played it 2-3 weeks ago, where they were funding in the state, Planned Parenthood, the state that's already upside down on its budget. What are we, 20 million the next 5 years underwater because of Newsom and the bureaucracies in the state? And they decided to fund Planned Parenthood because the federal government cut the funding. And at this press conference, somebody asked a question that wasn't Planned Parenthood, and she got all snappy. Jennifer Newsom. I'm sorry. There's 3 names. Jennifer Seibel Newsom. And then it comes out that IRS documents show recent year Newsom's wife's been paying herself and her company, Girls Club LLC, up to a third of her nonprofit's entire income each year, pocketing over $3.7 million. The problem with that is the organization brings in between $1 and $1.7 million a year in grants and donations, with roughly $300,000 of it going straight to her and her company. The grants is the problem with that. The donations, look, people can donate to stupid things if they want, but grants don't come from nowhere. Do you know where grants come from? Either state or federal funding. So she's got this grift going on, this organization in which she's on the board of, the First Lady of California, and she is, God, what's it called when you launder money? Oh, I mean, when you move money around and try to make it look legal, even though it's a donation directly to yourself. And that goes into Gavin Newsom, because their bank accounts aren't totally separate. They're married, right? They own a house together. They have children together. You know, Gavin hasn't cheated on this one that we know of. So it's going into his pocket as well. And nobody's crying about the ethics in this. And I've shown you 100 times what a piece of shit Gavin Newsom is. There's no doubt Gavin Newsom is the biggest piece of shit. But the grift on this, Buffoon of the Week says, I have to grift harder. Yeah, me too. There's not even a separation like it's going to her sister. It's going back into the house. It's unfreaking believable, and that's straight taxpayer money. Yes, there are donations involved as well. I will acknowledge that. But when you run an organization where you're getting direct grants as a nonprofit, and that's coming from the federal government or from the state government and the federal, and your husband is the governor, and the state's approving grants to your organization in which you're making millions of dollars on. And yeah, you know what? Trump's got the coin and all the other stuff, and he's making money. The family's making money, just like every other president has. Trump came into it with a hell of a lot more money than everybody else did, but Newsom's a filthy grifter, and he's only a state governor. And speaking of filthy grifter in California governorship, because I got 8 minutes. I actually have more time than I thought. And I'll touch back on Newsom, but I saw this today and I thought this was incredible. This is from the California Post. And I'll show it to you so people say, oh, where is it? No, I'll show it. There it is. It's from the California Post, and it's about Eric Swalwell. Now, a lot of people may not remember that early in the campaign when he announced, there were questions over his residency. And he came out and said, no, everything's fine. Don't you question my residency. How dare you? Of course, I live in California. His opponent, Democratic billionaire Tom Steyer, came out and said that Swalwell appears to only live in California on paper only. He's another one who wants to get out of California, apparently, because he's not buying anything here, making him unlikely to meet basic residency requirements to run for the governor. In the letter from Ryan Hughes, I just want to make sure I got his name right, Steyer's attorney, he called the Secretary of State Shirley Weber to enforce a dormant residency requirement in the governor's race and encourage Weber to allow for robust legal proceedings as to whether Swalwell is eligible to serve as governor. So I was like, oh, okay, so he's like renting a house, or he rented one at the last minute. No. It goes more strange than that. Swalwell's attorney claims that the Livermore address that he rents from, he rents a one room and a 3-bedroom house, is owned by Nicholas and Christina Mizwaka. Sorry, I'm screwing that name up, I'm sure. Mizwaka, formerly Christina Pinto, is the stepsister of Stephanie Sobrante, formerly Stephanie Pinto, who is married to Tim Sobrante, Swalwell's former deputy chief of staff and director from 2015 to 2018 and a longtime mentor who helped him get into politics. So Swallowwell, sorry, I said Swallowwell because my mouth was dry. Swalwell is renting, allegedly, a bedroom. He's married with kids, by the way. Take that for what it is. And he's renting a bedroom down in Livermore to maintain an address. Doesn't this sound like a bunch of other Democrats we found that out about? Wasn't Adam Schiff doing the same sort of thing and got caught in that? And then there's the mortgage fraud and all that went away. It's very strange and also seemingly familiar all at the same time. Speaking of Schiff, now, I've said in this show millions of times, and I'm not the only one, Adam Schiff is the biggest lying piece of shit senator there is. He did win that for the representatives when he was a representative. He's as slimy as Gavin, but he's smarter than Gavin, as stupid as he is. Gavin can't hide how obvious it is. Schiff, well, Schiff can't either, but he tries at least. Newsom does it in your face. You know, and I guess on some level you have to appreciate that if you believe in the Chicago style of politics. He just kind of does it out in the open and just doesn't give a shit about how slimy he is. Schiff still tries to hide it, and he got caught being slimy by Bill Maher.
This statement from the administration: the president had the constitutional authority to direct the use of military force because he could reasonably determine that such use of force was in the national interest. That's too vague for you?
Totally vague.
Okay, because that's from Obama. About
Libya. Well,
that was from Obama when he was bombing Libya. And Libya did not have 60% enriched uranium. Libya was not screaming death to America. Libya, they were funding some terrorism, I'm sure, but later in the years they weren't. They really, I've said this before, Libya, when I had Leah from the Leah Files on, we talked about this. Libya was kind of keeping themselves. Now, that doesn't mean Gaddafi wasn't dirty. That doesn't mean, but the Obama administration, the Hill Dog, Hillary Clinton, who I get a great video of when we get back, needed to run drugs to the guns, maybe drugs too, but definitely guns, to the Syrian rebels, and they needed to do it through Libya. So that's why Gaddafi got killed, and they allowed the whole country to implode. Then you turn to Iran, as I said, 60% enriched uranium, actively sponsoring terror all over the world, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and more. And now all of a sudden people have a problem with it. By the way, this is the same Iran which numerous Democrats in the past said that regime change needed to take place and they were a threat to everybody, yada, yada, yada. And I get 3 minutes before the break. Let's see if I can play this video really quick. Speaking of Iran, California, the intelligence community warned law enforcement in California that Iranian nationals who may be hiding in California, probably came here under Biden, but that's neither here nor there, may possess drones, which, by the way, it's not hard to get drones that release stuff, and explosives, and may start actively targeting Californians and Americans, of course. This after there was an alleged warning that a sleeper cell message from the Iranian government came out, potentially instructing the sleeper cells that we know are here to commit atrocities all throughout. Now, I've already seen the liberals say, well, they wouldn't be activating these cells and we wouldn't have these threats if we had just left Iran alone. Fucking mind-blowing mentality. Absolutely fucking mind-blowing to be like, oh yeah, no, we have terrorists here and they have explosives. But if we just listened to what they said, they wouldn't hurt us. That's exactly what this is. The point is they shouldn't fucking be here and they shouldn't have the ability to hurt us and they shouldn't have the be so emboldened to think that they can. But as I've talked about a million times on this show, what a lot on the left don't understand or refuse to understand or are unable to understand is the Islamists, especially Islamist militants, want to kill us for who we are no matter what you say and capitulate. And the ones who came here from Iran, the ones who have access to these alleged drones with explosives and are planning on using them, they don't give a fuck how nice you are to them. They don't give a fuck how much you verbally massage them or verbally give them a hand. They want you dead. End of story. And it would have come either because of an incident with these strikes in Iran or for some other reason. But it would have fucking come eventually. You don't come here, sneak into the country, get your hands on drones and explosives for no fucking reason. You do all that with intent. And the intent was to kill Americans at one time or another. I'm going to take a break. Thank you to our friends over at KLRN for simulcasting. Please like and subscribe. Memberships are open. You can send super chats if you want. I'm done begging for your approval, if you will. I'll be right back.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Welcome to the SHR Media Shop. This is not just merch, it is a statement. SHR Media is built as a rebellion against the mainstream. We deliver truth without a filter or permission. When you wear our gear, you are standing for liberty and unapologetic free thought. Every piece is a badge of support for independent journalism. Wear it loud, wear it proud. Support the mission and join the rebellion at the SHR Media web store.
Attention, all patriotic women of faith. Yep, I'm talking to you, sis. Are you looking for high-quality, super soft apparel that reflects your love for country and your devotion to God? Look no further than Carry Girl Gear. Picture this. You rocking a tee so soft it's like being hugged by a cloud, all while showing off your love for God and country. Sounds dreamy, right? Well, welcome to reality, babes, because that's what we're all about here at Carry Girl Gear. We specialize in super soft tees, tanks, and more, designed specifically for the strong, patriotic woman who proudly wants to carry their message of faith and freedom. And when you shop with us, you're not just getting a t-shirt. You're joining a community of like-minded women who are proud to wear their beliefs straight on their tees. So whether you're sipping sweet tea on the porch or leading the charge for faith and freedom, do it in a Carry Girl tee. Because life's too short for stiff, boring tees. CarryGirl.com, where faith and freedom meets fashion.
And the BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon Radio Show. Live on select and exclusive Tuesday and Thursday nights at 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central, and 8 p.m. Pacific on the SHR Media Rumble channel, SHR Media YouTube channel, X, Twitch, Spreaker, and wherever great conservative podcasts are found. BZ, your conservative Sherpa, guides you through the maelstrom of Democrat, leftist, and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, and betrayal. Raised as a free-range child with dirt, stains, mud, and freedom, BZ broadcasts from North Idaho, comfortably surrounded by actual normal people. Jump into our plush, sumptuous, palatial, and resplendent chat room on rumble.com. Click on live chat to join. Now, with 37% more umbrage and 19% more bulbosity than previous shows, featuring delicious Liberty additives for the best in late-night conservatarian talk radio. BZ reminds you that with great beard comes great responsibility. No chinchillas were harmed, embarrassed, fat-shamed, or the focus of any sarcasm whatsoever in the making of this ad.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Edge of Liberty right here on the SHI Media Network. 27 minutes left to go. Did I mention we have t-shirts? No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to the Associated Press who put this up. It says, reports claim Iran has stockpiled enough flat pack cardboard Ayatollahs to last for decades. So they may be really digging in. I also want to talk about, and I got to make sure I play the right one first. because there's two videos. One has been edited hilariously, and another one has is the original. So this is the original video, and I want you to think about what Bill Clinton was really thinking about here when this happened. We're walking around like we're normal people. Oh, there's too many witnesses. Damn it, that bus was coming too. So I don't know if he was saying that. I'm just guessing. So it was an absolutely awkward walk around for the Clintons. Now, pardon me, if I can find the other video. Oh, where is it? Because then somebody edited it, and I just, oh yes, here we go. Because as I've said before, the internet, as disgusting, vile, and horrid as it can be sometimes, is absolutely fucking hysterical. Oh wait, I want to know. I want to know who said, "Oh well, obviously we gotta make this so it looks like Bill's pushing her over." And somebody said, whoa, that's not far enough. We also have to add Joe Biden eating ice cream, falling over on the bike, because that sends it home. If you are getting a rebate in the state of New York, Governor Kathy Hochul does have a reminder for the people with a lot of melanin in their skins. Kathy just went and said, Hochul to Black church congregation, don't spend rebate checks at the liquor store. Talking about the rebate checks, and she told that to a predominantly Black congregation in Buffalo about how to spend these inflation rebate checks. Now, this is after, what was it, last year, 2 years ago? She essentially said that Black people were too stupid to use computers, and now she's telling them to go out. Don't go out and go. You get yourself some liquor. I swear to God, the shit the media allows them to get away with is absolutely incredible. And then the things that they focus on is absolutely incredible. People freaking out because the Department of War spent $22 million on steak and lobsters last month. And oh no, that was real. Mission Ready Men. That was entirely real. I'll send you the link if you really want to read it. And what they don't realize is that the military has historically, for decades now, when they're about to ask our military members to put their lives on the line, they give them a big expensive meal to say thank you, kind of lift morale, get them going, let them know they're appreciated. And the left is acting like Secretary Warhead said was just running around eating $22 million in steak and video. It was steak and, sorry, lobster. I read video in the chat, and of course I'm not smart enough to do either one of those. It's incredible to me how much grifting and how much lying goes on the internet. There's so many claims. If you go on TikTok, it's a shit show over there. There are so many claims that the USS Abraham Lincoln has been sunk. So many videos of Arma 3 video games being portrayed as realistic. And the sad part is there are people that actually believe these videos. They're very obvious. They're very, very obvious about how fake that they are. And then you have, and I got a couple of them right here. Let's see if I can pull this one up. Yes. It wasn't that one. Stand by. Sorry. I had it ready. I swear I had it ready. Oh, it keeps kicking me. It keeps kicking me back to what they want me to see. They don't want me to share it, apparently. Oh, here's a good one. There it is. Large number of wounded U.S. soldiers evacuated from the Middle East to Germany And people are liking this, and it's totally bullshit. There has not been mass evacuations. So there's lies out there that thousands of U.S. soldiers have been caught and killed. There's no boots on the ground in Iran for that to happen. And a lot of the reporting that we have gotten has been consistent with what the independent reporting has been consistent with what the military is giving us for numbers. So it's incredible to me that in this day and age, people turn to anything. And look, we talk about the Edge of Liberty. We talk about my show, SHR Media. I present things. I try to give you evidence of it. But I want you to go out there and verify it yourself. I want you to actually read and find the source on it and see the original source, not what Aunt Momo posted on Facebook and swears to God is true because somebody she heard at the bingo hall told her that. No, actually go out there and do a little research and be informed before you start making your decisions. And the amount of bullshit on X, and look, X, TikTok, Facebook, all of it. I do give X credit because Nikita Baer, the head of X product, dumped a bunch of accounts that were out of Pakistan that were farming accounts. They've demonetized a bunch more. And what you don't realize is the way these algorithms work, some of you older people, be easy. Some of the way these algorithms work is once you see a video, and if you replay it or you stay on it for too long, the algorithm goes, oh, this person likes that. The people creating these videos know that. So they make more and more bullshit videos, thousands of them. They change little things here and there, things you won't even notice. And they just flood TikTok and the other places with them, knowing that that algorithm is going to jam that in front of your face. And then you start looking at Iran's own, and I know they took out their big data hub infrastructure thing, but they still have hackers, probably not in Iran anymore, probably all over the world, who are doing cyber attacks. The Stryker Medical Group, if you don't know who Stryker is, if you've ever seen an ambulance, you've seen Stryker equipment. If you've ever been in a hospital, you've seen Stryker equipment. Stryker makes the stretchers or gurneys, whatever you want to call them, that every ambulance these days have. They make so much of the emergency medical stuff. They hacked their website. So again, going after the people, which is what terrorists do, right? They attack the people any way they can to try to change their politics and their beliefs. We saw that in New York City this past weekend. And speaking of the grift and the lies, this is a good segue into that. I don't know where I want to start first with this because everything is shitty. So there was a protest. It was an anti-Muslim protest. Some guy I legitimately have never heard of. Maybe other people have, whatever. And they were outside the mayoral mansion in New York City. I know it's like Percy Mansion or something like that. Doesn't matter. As they were having this protest, two terrorists of Afghan, their parents were Afghani, showed up. They were both young teenagers with IEDs that they lit on fire and threw at the crowd, hoping to kill people, including law enforcement. So you have a protest, Gracie Mansion. Thank you very much, Buffoon of the Week. Sorry, Gracie Mansion. What did I say, Percy? Yeah, I was close. It's New York. Who gives a shit other than Buffoon of the Week, who's going to now attack me in the chat room. And that was one of the many acts of terrorism that we've seen in this country and overseas, because what was it, Norway, our there was an IED that was thrown at our embassy in Norway. We saw the video out of Afghanistan a couple weeks ago where the Afghanis were trying to rush it. Unfortunately, the Marines did Marine stuff and ended that. I'm getting I'm getting lit up as I expected to get lit up from the Food of the Week in the chat room. So all of that happens, and that's obviously domestic terrorism. The two of them were from Pennsylvania. They targeted specifically this rally, this protest. Again, we weren't holding the protest. The violence wouldn't have shown up. No, that's not how it works. There were other devices that were found later on. I think it was another 3 devices that were found in New York, and then in Pennsylvania, the FBI detonated several other devices. So you have an incident in New York City of domestic terrorism. You would think New York City would be so used to that. And sadly, there are people there that have forgotten it. And I don't mean used to it in a good way, but just like, oh yeah, no, this doesn't shock me that it happens here. Mamdani came out, and this was after he hosted a dinner, and they had pictures from the Hezbollah supporter, Hamas supporter, Mahmoud Khalil, at his house. And he came out with a post essentially turning around and saying, yes, these protesters were horrible, terrible, and awful people. Oh, and by the way, there was this other thing that was really bad too, and it was worse, and it shouldn't happen. But, you know, I want to make sure that up front, the anti-Islam protesters are addressed first, because that's what most people are going to take away from this. So then CNN, carrying the water for the left, doing CNN things, put out an article, and this was just unbelievable to me. They put out this article on X, and this is how they presented it Sunday. There we go. Where is it? There it is. And it reads, 2 Pennsylvania teenagers crossed into New York City Saturday morning for what could have been a normal day, enjoying the city during abnormally warm weather. Now, let me ask you a question. Does that sound like, hey, I'm about to tell you about the terrorist attacks? Or does that sound like these were just 2 normal kids out for a spring drive looking to sow their oats or just be kids, right? They're setting this up so you have sympathy for these Islamic terrorists. Then they went on to say, but less than an hour later, their lives would drastically change. No, their lives drastically changed when they said, hey, we want to murder people. Their lives drastically changed well before they ever got into the fucking car. But I digress. Their lives would drastically change as the pair would be arrested for throwing homemade bombs at anti-Muslim protests. Stop. They weren't. Again, it's all about the fucking wording. How about they threw IEDs at people protesting, which they have the legal right to do? They weren't crossing the lines. They were not ignoring police orders. They were protesting. And these fuckers threw explosives at them. But no. CNN has to sit there and massage it and make it seem much less vicious than it was. There were IEDs. If they went off, you could have been looking at 30, 40, 50 people dead, injured. We saw the kettle bombs that were used in the Marathon bomber were designed differently, but the fragments that they packed them with was the same, ball bearings and all that good stuff. CNN released a statement saying a post regarding the 2 individuals arrested for throwing homemade bombs outside the New York City Mamdani's home failed to reflect the gravity of the incident, thereby breaching the editorial standards we require for all of our reporting. Stop yet again. Because they make that seem like Mamdani was the target. 2 individuals arrested for throwing homemade bombs outside Mamdani's home. That's not what happened. Yes, they were in the proximity of the protest that was in the proximity of Mamdani's home, but the target was the protesters, the innocent people, not the mayor that you're trying to turn into a victim here. That was their apology. That was the walk back. And totally left out that in the original statement, it was an Islamic terrorist attack. So you think that would be bad enough. But no. Abby Phillips essentially read the same thing on her show, almost word for word, making it seem like Mondami was the one being targeted, that he was being the victim. She had to release a statement that said this because CNN is just a walking clusterfuck of a news organization. I want to correct something I said last night. The bombs thrown into New York City over the weekend by ISIS-inspired attackers was thrown into a crowd of anti-Muslim protesters and not specifically targeted at Mayor Mondami. The wording was inaccurate and I didn't catch it at the time. I apologize for the error. Abby, we know you read that off a fucking teleprompter. So not only did you verbally say it, but somebody wrote it and somebody else approved it, because that's how newsrooms work. Probably 5 people saw it before it went to the teleprompter and said, yeah, they have writers. So then you're like, okay, all right. We have the typical, you're going to read the headline and then we're going to put out the page 8 correction and retraction, or the whatever you want to call it, that nobody's either going to see because the damage is done. The message has been sent. And this is what media loves to do to people. This is how they manipulate you. They send out the headline. They absolutely make it bigger than what it was. Or target the headline towards what they want you to believe happened, even if it's not true. And then they correct it with like a page 8 quiet correction where, you know, blah, 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 blah. We're really sorry. We didn't mean to do it yet again, but we do it all the time. And we're so good at issuing these corrections now that we just, you know, can't stop ourselves. And then not 24 hours after that, not 24 hours after Abby Phillips had to retract it, and 48 hours after CNN tried to make it about Mondami, Anna Navarro's on Abby Phillips' show again. Abby's sitting right there. Abby knows the post she had to put out. Navarro says this, Abby says nothing.
Okay, so supposedly some of these comments are as a result of the attempt against Mayor Mondani in New York, who was raised Muslim, was he not?
Now, I'm going to tell you what that was. That was in emails and staff meetings. They said, we need to make this look like Mondami's the victim here. So let's really highlight that. Anna Navarro is a moron, as we all know. She is absolutely just stupid as a pile of shoes. Like, there is nothing intelligent about that woman whatsoever. She is the biggest parrot for Democrat talking points, which says a lot over at CNN. But then she continues, and look who's sitting right there.
Himself. So they're being anti-Muslim and they're finally defending Mondani over something.
To be clear, the attack.
They're finally defending Mondami. Now, what that is saying is it's okay to bomb people if they were really there for the protesters, because it's okay to defend Mondami in this manner if that's what they were doing. So she knows what the truth is, and she tried to say it on both sides of things. On one hand, she said Mondami was the attacker. She wanted to get that fucking sentence out. On the other side, she turned around and then said, oh yeah, well, you know, if Mondami was in fact the victim. And then the argument continued, yada, yada, yada. But this is how the media has operated for years. And the biggest problem is people keep turning this on. And they keep accepting this. And they keep saying this is okay. And they don't hold the media accountable fucking ever. And CNN's still going to there's still going to be people advertising on CNN. There's still going to be people turning on CNN. It's on in all the airports still. It's absolutely incredible to me. And then I spoke earlier about the potential
conflicts abroad and
I watch for the articles. Whom with the brain watches Tell Your Vision programming? The lunatic, a libertarian with a very good point. So we're worried here about potential attacks. We're worried here about Islamists upset over Iran attacking. There's the warnings from the government, blah, 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 blah. And then you think, oh man, things are really rough here. go up over the border in Canada, where they suspect roughly 700 IRGC members, not just Iranian citizens, not Iranian military, IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard Corps in Iran, which is essentially the Ayatollah's own military. It's separate from the Iranian military. That's all of their special forces. That's all of their tactics. That's all of their tacticians. That's the best that Iran has to offer as far as Islamist extremist militants go, are in the IRGC. And there's allegedly 700 that have been allowed to get into Canada, and Canada can't fucking find any of them. This is the Minister of Homeland something or other. It's a Canadian person. And listen to what she says, and you tell me how well this is going in Canada.
There have always been conflicts abroad, and rarely have we seen them spill into our streets the way that we have since this Liberal government has been in power. We now know from the Iranian community right across the country, from many others, that there are hundreds of IRGC agents presently on Canadian soil, using Canada as a safe haven to...
Now, hold on a second. You'll notice that she even said there are Iranians who are reporting this. So Iranian immigrants are calling the federal government and going, hey, there's some real shitbags here that you have to worry about because they could kill us too, and we don't want any part of that.
Organize and to fundraise and to terrorize diaspora communities right here at home. We have seen now critics of the Iranian regime from out west, an investigation now being treated as a homicide, somebody who is critical of that regime. We see
So Canada has had terrorism too, involving this incident, involving the strikes and the war with Iran, whatever you want to call it, in which a murder has taken place in Canada. Now, Canada has a much smaller population than we do. Keep that in mind.
Constantly, and particularly as an MP from a region who represents many in that community, on a weekly basis, those calls coming into our office, informing MPs and at all levels of government, including authorities, that they are terrified of living within their own communities.
So there are so many of them in the western part of Canada and in Canada in general that the Iranians are afraid of them. The Iranian immigrants there are afraid of them. That's how many of them and how vicious they are.
The hundreds of agents that are here today live in Canada with complete impunity, and we have a Liberal government that has done absolutely nothing to stop it.
Now, I want to notate something. She didn't call them refugees. She called them agents for a reason, because they absolutely are there for a reason to enact, when they're told to enact, certain plans to hurt people.
We've seen violence against businesses, gunshots into Iranian activist businesses. We've seen terrorism in the Jewish community. We now are amongst nations that lead the world in attacks against Jewish institutions. Today we are calling on the government to table a plan to get rid of these terrorists that are on Canadian soil.
And that will never happen. They're not going to get rid of them because it's Canada. Canada can't get out of its own way. They should get rid of them, but they won't get rid of them. So yeah, it's not just here. It's in Canada. Like I said, there was the terrorist attack in Norway. We saw what happened in Afghanistan. We saw the warnings with California. I suspect there will be more of it. And I absolutely wish there wasn't, but this is just the world we live in. You know, I brought up earlier how CNN is a fucking joke to begin with. And if you go back a couple years, when John Bolton worked for the Trump administration, and even before that, the mainstream media hated John Bolton. they called him every name in the book. And look, they weren't necessarily wrong. John Bolton is certainly not one of my favorite human beings on the planet. That's for damn sure. But I just think it's funny that now he's a regular guest on CNN. And they treat him with kid gloves. And it's just, it'll show you, I've said before about liberals, and I will say this again about Democrats and liberals, they would absolutely give Hitler a hand job if they thought Hitler would give out a statement that was against Trump. Folks, that's it for me. It is the end of the hour. I appreciate you being here. I'm here every Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast, on the SHI Media Network, simulcast over on KLRN Radio. It's not just me. Pardon me. Every Monday and Friday night, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 on the East Coast, you have my man, Jersey Joe, with Reaver of Common Sense. Tuesdays and Thursdays, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon on the East Coast, you have Mission Ready Men with my friend Big E. Tuesday and Thursday night, you have the Bulbous One, BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon right here on SHR Media at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast. And on Friday and Saturdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. on the East Coast, you have the FNG, the fucking new guy, Lyle Armstrong with Beer and Bullstein. It's a great show. Like it, if you haven't checked that out yet, Lyle was an EOD operator in the military for 20-something years, and he knows his shit. He's pretty dialed, and he's a constitutionalist, so he's a lot of fun to check out. He hosts a really good show. He's definitely getting his feet under him. And if you want to get his shirt, because he's got a really badass logo, and we just released a shirt, you can go to shrmedia.com, click on the 250 Reasons shirt that's over the banner, and that will bring you to the shop, and you can absolutely buy Lyle's shirt there. Thank you so very much for joining me this evening. I'll be back Monday, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast. I'll talk to you then. Good night.